has been too much violence, too much pain, but I have an honorable compromise. Just walk away. Join me. Join me and give me all your subs. Give me all your views. Be part of the indie comics revolution, and I will spare you. Do not be part of the problem, but be part of the solution. Listen to Lord Humongous. The indie comics revolution is underway. So walk away from the big two. Just walk away and join the revolt.
There you go. Join the revolt. Join the revolution that is the indie comics revolution. And, I have a few things to talk about, maybe a lot, maybe not that much. Maybe it's not false advertising at all. Maybe it is actually just a few things. I really don't know. You are, of course, watching. If I can get my branding together, and cue things up, which is Sketching Past Midnight Live, the place where we talk about all things comics, sci-fi, horror, fantasy, pop culture, and everything in between. And, my phone's saying something. Let's go check it. Let's look at it. Let's see what's worthy to interrupt me as I'm on a roll. All right, got 26% on the phone. I've got notification. Oh, I'm live. Thank you, YouTube, for letting me know the obvious. So, let me fix this. Need to put the Rogaine in the beard, not on the head, but in the beard to get it lush and full. I am, of course, your host, CB Smallwood, here at Sketching Past Midnight Live, and I thank you for tuning in on this Sunday morning, evening, afternoon, or night, wherever you may be. And the name of the show is talking about the Wildcat Anthology comic has been funded for some time now. I've been meaning to do this episode, this victory lap, if you will, for a little bit. It's just one of these things where I haven't got around to it. I'm on a new work schedule where I'm getting up in freaking early in the morning. Can't stand it. And I'm doing a lot of work. So when I come home, I'm pretty tired. I've been trying to get a lot of stuff done. Get comic book stuff done, Wildcat Anthology stuff done, and it's coming along really nicely. And hopefully, I can show you some of that stuff tonight. But before we get into all that, 5 minutes into the show, let's get into the news headlines. And we've got about 3 interesting ones. 2 that's a little lengthy, but 1 that's pretty short and spiffy. So if you bear with me, we'll... All right, so hopefully we've got this pulled up, looking real good. Ex-employee shut down the police department website over a pay dispute, the city says. This comes to you courtesy of the AP, written by God only knows who. We always like anonymous articles. That means anything can be written and no one be held accountable. A fan of that. This came out August the 14th of 2022. This news comes to us from Newton, Massachusetts. If I'm pronouncing things correctly, officials in Boston suburb are investigating a former city employee, they say, that shut down the police website during a pay dispute. Newton Mayor Ruth Ann Fuller says the former employee, who was the police department information technological, I'm adding words here, technology director, took down the department website in late June and July. So over a period of 2 months. The website instead directed visitors to a message that called on them to contact Fuller and asked the mayor to restore it. The Boston Globe reported on Friday. Fuller said the employee controls access to the site and has not turned it over to the city. Newton has created a new police department website in its place. The old website was no longer active on Sunday. Fuller told the Globe in a statement earlier this week that the employee shut down a vital resource for the residents of the city of Newton. The employee notified city officials in March that he was leaving the job. The paper reported the employee felt he was owed $137,000 in compensation time at the time he shut down the website, the paper reported. The employee said in a statement that he was disheartened by the city's representation of the facts in this matter, and he would work with the city to resolve the problem. Well, is that it? Whatever? That can't be it. I guess so. But I think it's interesting. In the post COVIDious world that we live in, one of the beautiful things that came out of that mess is the issue of workers' rights. Now, I'm a big capitalist guy. Ain't that hard to figure out who and what I vote for, but I'm all about worker rights. It's one of the many issues that interest me. Some of you might be saying, "Yeah, I don't want to hear this on a comic book channel." Well, I don't know what to tell you. I just think that people should be, paid well, and I understand that there's entry level jobs, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. I just feel like we can do better, and I wonder about this guy who made this website for the city for this police department, and he's got it figured up that they owe over $100,000 for him for time at the time he was shut down at the website, compensatory time. So I'm taking it that he worked a lot of hours putting this together. So I don't know if it was an issue where maybe this dude was told that he was going to get paid X amount, and then they kept changing what they wanted the website to be, and kept changing what they wanted him to do, and see that's extra work, and you might not figure that into the price. And I think for those of you that are comic artists or any type of creative tradesman, when people start giving you a lot of extra work on a commission piece, it's kind of expected at some point you need to be kind of compensated for it. I think it depends on the artist. Like I think like if a person is working on something and then somebody wants them to do like a revision on it, and it's not that big of a deal, then they'll just go ahead and do it maybe. But now, like if it's like 2 or 3 revisions, there's a lot of artists that will ask to be compensated for that time because, it's a lot of time. It's your time. You're putting in a lot of extra work into it. And maybe that's what happened with this dude. With this website. I don't know. I just think it's very, very interesting. And I'll get to any comments here in a second. So let me go ahead and exit out of that. The first comment of the night as we go through the news is Sideburns, who says, "Hello, CB. Hello, good friend." Also a contributor to the awesome Wildcat Anthology that I'm pretty sure that if you watched the intro, you saw the promo video, which made your ears bleed, hopefully with pleasure. So we got a second headline of the night, I guess keeping with the theme of workers' rights. If I can get it pulled up, and we'll take a look at it. And it's like, I like to share weird and strange news, and when it comes down to it, interesting news. But there's there was stuff like, about this woman who lost her wedding ring in the ocean, and this guy with a metal detector went out and found it for her. So I think, talk about compensating people for their time. That guy is like, that's like a needle in a haystack does not do this justice. It's a needle in the ocean. Gosh, insanity. But that's not the story of the day. What I have for you instead, this comes to you from NPR. And this is written by Greg Rosowski. Probably pronouncing that wrong. Old story, came out in July 26th of 2022, but very interesting. I've not read it. We're going to read it together to see how this goes. Want to lay off workers more smoothly? There's a new startup for that. Oh boy, just what we need. A new way to lay people off. You may have heard about the fintech company Klarna. The CEO recently played a pre-recorded video at all staff meetings to tell his employees that many of them were about to be laid off. Oh, it's not funny, but it's crazy. The company then made them wait for up to 2 days in agonizing suspense to find out whether they were the ones getting axed. That's terrible. That is terrible. It's best just to rip the Band-Aid off. Don't mess around. People need to make plans like immediately if they're finding out that they're getting ready to get canned and that sort of thing, because, they got bills to pay. So, delivering the bad news with a boilerplate script as if they were robots, Klarna's HR executives ended up sacking about 700 workers, 10% of its workforce, via video calls. This lasted 2 to 3 minutes and no questions were allowed. Really? That's kind of, that's real nice. What about, or how about Better.com? I've never heard of that. Better.com, a tech mortgage company whose CEO laid off hundreds of employees in a single Zoom call and then decided to kick them when they were down, accusing them of stealing from the company by not being productive enough. A few months later, in a second round of layoffs, the company accidentally sent soon-to-be terminated workers severance checks. The problem? Yet they hadn't yet been told they were laid off. Sacking stories like this seem to be everywhere these days as tech companies grapple with nosediving valuations, stingier venture capital, and economic slowdown. Big names like Tesla, Microsoft, Netflix, Coinbase, Lyft, and Twitter are cutting workers loose. Now, wait a minute. Well, this is a little bit different. Every one of those companies, in my opinion, have a lot of people that do jobs that are, I don't know. They're like the George Jetson job where you press a button. Now, some of you be like, CB, you're a hypocrite, talking about these worker rights and stuff like that. Well, I'm telling you, but the things that I've read and looked into, when you look at companies like Netflix and Twitter, especially, I'm not too sure about some of the other ones, but I'm pretty sure they have fluff jobs too. So I don't feel entirely too sorry for them, but still, if people's losing their jobs, I still feel for them on a very base level. But I think right now in the entertainment industry, especially, there's going to be a lot more jobs being cut because when things were plentiful and all this other stuff, that's when you end up with a lot of extra jobs, like people kind of doing favors and creating new jobs so their friends can kind of get in, that sort of thing. But now that stuff is getting kind of tough and it's getting kind of merciless out there, trying to stretch a dollar, that type of thing, and it's getting very competitive, they're having to cut a lot of workers, in my opinion. But anyway, as the article continues, Meta, aka Facebook, recently signaled it's gearing up for layoffs. If a director report is coasting or is a low performer, they're not who we need. They are failing this company. Wow. Company executive told managers in a leaked memo, low performers at Facebook may soon find themselves coasting to the unemployment line. Smaller tech companies, which are struggling to raise money and woo investors, are getting hit with even harder than the big dogs. According to Layoffs FYI, That's a crazy name. Which tracks terminations. 387 startups have laid off over 56,000 employees collectively in 2022. But there is at least one startup that is thriving in the market turmoil. And it's sort of the perfect metaphor for the current state of tech. The company is called Continuum, and it's cashing in on the layoff palooza. We're not thinking about creating a layoff product when we're founding the company, says Nolan Church, Continuum's CEO. But now, if you're a startup that wants to lay off workers, this new startup can help you with that. And it's just convinced a group of venture capital firms to fork over $12 million in new funding, which is pretty impressive in the current market environment. That's insane, isn't it? Isn't that the weirdest thing? You know, people getting laid off, but like, you know, you can find $12 million to invest in the company to help lay off people more smoothly. Isn't that weird? Don't you find that weird? The church describes Continuum as a labor marketplace for fractional executives. What are fractional executives, you ask? Yeah, good. I'm glad they asked that in this post, because I was very something, and the word escapes me, but I was that. That's tech speak for part-time consultants. Oh, I want to be a fractional executive. The company, see, this is what I'm talking about. These imaginary jobs in the tech industry, not the entertainment industry, especially. You know, they come up with these little know-nothing jobs. Fractional executive. I want to be a fractional executive. The company, which Church co-founded in August 2020, aims to connect startups with the seasoned executives who work a few hours here and there, providing advice. His pitch: why spend millions recruiting and employing executives full-time when you can only spend thousands employing them part-time? No. Continuum is basically TaskRabbit, but for high-paid executives, whereas TaskRabbit, you can hire gig workers to assemble furniture or repair your home. I never heard of TaskRabbit. With Continuum, you can hire gig executives to consult your business, including now how to more smoothly, strategically, and humanely lay off workers. What ended up happening was in March and April of this year, we had 3 or 4 customers that were already engaged with the executives, leveraging those executives for layoff advice. Church explains about his company's recent shift to focusing on layoffs. Then we started to see companies coming inbound asking for more layoff advice. They charge a flat fee for their consulting services, and the fee escalates with headcount. For companies with upwards to 100 employees, it costs $10,000. For those between 100 and 250 employees, it costs us $15,000. Why hire Continuum to do that? You know, I can do that. I can tell people I'll be their shoulder to cry on. Shoot. Heck yeah. I mean, you know, I might, you know, have like, maybe I could give them a few $100s or something, you know. I mean, no, I'd run into the hole because we're talking hundreds of employees. Gift card, Cracker Barrel, Cheddars. I don't know. Being very cold about this. I don't mean to. But it just, the whole thing's absurd. You know, a company that makes it more smoother to lay people off. If a company has more than 500 employees, Continuum's layoff services can cost more. For this fee, Continuum offers 10 hours of advising from elite executive advisors, a plan to communicate layoffs to employees in a broader world, and analysts to help with diversity, equity, and inclusion goals. They launched their layoff product line earlier this month, and Church says they've already had 12 prospective customers in addition to 6 existing ones. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to read the rest of this. Unless you are like fascinated by it, you know, I think it's interesting. Just think that stuff's just so, you know, interesting. Check out some comments. Nellie Sings is here with us tonight and says, Nice me to CB Smallwood. Greetings. Greetings to you as well. Yeah, I think we're going to put this article to pasture. You know, kind of feel like a heel a little bit. Not so much laughing, but somewhat mocking some of these people in the entertainment industry and a little bit in tech. You know, there's a lot of fake jobs out there when things were nice and fat, you know, in the economy. And now that it's getting tight and lean, you know, a lot of these jobs that were created to basically, you know, have these middle managers like do nothing, get paid to do nothing, or to have their buddies so they can have an entourage, you know. So all those jobs are just going away. And there's like people that just don't do anything and they're getting laid off. But I feel bad for the people that are hardworking people that help make this world run, you know, whether it be in tech or entertainment or working in restaurants or, you know what I mean, or doing road work or just whatever you can think of. I feel bad for a lot of people. And one good thing that came out of the whole weird COVID stuff, or I shouldn't say that because YouTube still may have a weird thing about that word, but is the whole issue of workers' rights, where for the first time in forever, you know, people was like noping out, like, hey, you know, I don't want to get sick. I don't want to be sick. I'm not coming to work. And, you know, it's like the companies couldn't punish these workers, you know, because there's repercussions. And there was like a lot of people that kind of noped out of going to work and noped out of coming back to work, you know. And a lot of people learned like, hey, I could do the exact same stuff that I did at work at home on a computer. Why do you even need me in the building? I can do this at home. And like the only reason like a lot of companies wanted people at the office was a weird, they just like the look of it. They just like, it's a weird control thing. You know, I don't like the way the whole work thing's set up in the U.S. You know, the 5-day work week, you know, working yourself to the bone. You get 2 days off. You only enjoy one of them, you know, depending on what day you get off. You know, if you actually get the weekend off, you know, you're only going to enjoy Saturday because Sunday's the day of dread, right? Because you can't really party hard because you got to get up Monday, you know. And then also like everything's based on like the whole factory line of work where it's based on like, you know, hours and stuff like that instead of productivity. I think you should get paid based on what you actually produce. What are you making? What are you doing? Are you getting your work done? And I think you should be rewarded by, like, if you get all your work done earlier, you can just go home and still get paid the same. You know, I don't know. These are the things that I think about. It keeps me up at night. Nice. Want to be an executive or something? CEO too? CB Smallwood? Yes. I want to be. I can't even remember what it was called. I deleted the article. X'd off the article. But I'm sure I've offended half of my audience now. But I don't know. Things can't always be tame on an art show, can they? They can't always be PG. All that stuff was PG, but you know what I mean. Politically correct. PC. There we go. It just gets boring, you know. I got some cool stuff in the mail. Did you see this? Look at this. There we go. There's good old Captain Courage. On the front of it, I think it's pronounced Ephesians 6, 13, 18. 6, 13, 18, Ephesians. And this is from Salazar Art Nation. And I actually got some cool stuff that goes with this. And I promise you, we will have some sketching time coming up very soon. I just wanted to get the news out of the way. Talk about that. Oh, this is pretty cool little graphic. I like this. Captain Courage. And it's got his gauntlet, the armor of God. Art story by Frank Salazar. And it's pretty cool. It's one of these mini comics that we often hear about, you know. Nice stuff. I like this. Very cool. Very cool. But I wanted to show you this, and I'm going to put it up on the Indiegogo. Hopefully sometime soon. Now, I mean, as you see on the little ticker right here, there's like 2 days left to back the Wildcat Anthology. And if you guys and gals have not done so yet, you're missing out on your copy of the book, done by many awesome, amazing people, indie comic artists. So that's a nice business card. I like that. It's got Frank's link tree on it. I need a link tree. I got all kinds of links. But check out these cards. These are cool. So again, these will eventually be on the Indiegogo for people to acquire, to get. There's a Wildcat. Here's the fox, a flaming sword. Then we got another Wildcat. Very cool. Got some pine trees going on behind him. We got a werewolf, which was featured in the a Parsons story in the anthology, along with Peter Palmiotti and Allison McGlone. I think saying that correctly. Very cool stuff. I like this. This is pretty cool. Which I like them all. But I think you have to admit, you know, sometimes when somebody hits a home run, you got to say it. There's another cool one. Chainsaw Ninjas. Nice. And probably my favorite, and this one is mine. I done worked it out with Frank. This belongs to me. This is mine. Fish Boy. Yes. I wanted to show those off and kind of promote them and let people know every one of them except for Fish Boy. Yeah, unless somebody's going to pay like $100 or so for it, then you know, of course, let that go. But Fish Boy is mine. But the rest of them will be on the Indiegogo here soon. I just have to take a few pictures with my phone and do like some editing with graphics on Krita, and you know, get that uploaded to Indiegogo and make it available hopefully soon, as there is 2 days. But you never know. I got plans. I got big plans. I'm going places, and I'm taking you all with me. All right. It's getting close to sketching time. And I warn you that when sketching time does happen, that you better turn your speakers down. Let me get to a few comments here. Nelly says, exactly, CB, 1 hour to work or more in traffic, then 1 hour or more back and drive home to commute. And this is the issue of like the whole workers' rights thing. You know, we're talking about in the post-COVIDian world. The one good thing that came out of that terrible mess is the issue of workers' rights, because it's been long overdue. You know, I don't understand I do not understand why we're continuing to do the rat race thing. It doesn't make any sense. In the U.S., like, I feel like, we should be working a 4-day work week maximum. 4-day work week maximum. And because I remember there for a while until I started working full time again, I was working 2 days a week. And let me tell you something. Being off for a big chunk of time through the week was great. I was recharged. I could work on myself and my family and my projects or whatever. And then I actually looked forward to going to work on those 2 days because it was something different. And I felt like I was a more productive worker. I was a productive worker for those 2 days. And now that I'm working full time again, doing 5 days a week, it's flipped, sort of. It's like, now it's like I'm just drained. I'm tired when I come home. And my days off just are not long enough, And so I feel like there needs to be a balance between the two, because, like, I don't think it's right that you give 80% of your life to work, and then in your final years of life, you just kind of limp along and hope that your body still holds out to enjoy a retirement that you may or may not get. 4-day work week to me is where it's at, because you need those 3 days off. Let Saturday be, let's see. Yeah, work out great, because then, like, it's like you got off Thursday. You could party hard on Thursday night, party hard on Friday and Saturday. And and then you got Sunday. It worked out nice, I think. Yes, I agree. Home run. Nobody wants to hear about my workers' rights. My viewers keep dropping. All right. Fine then, you capitalist pigs. Very well then. Work yourselves to the bone, if that's what you want to do. Sideburn says some people can work 40 hours. Doesn't it depend on the type of job? Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I just feel like that people need options, that I feel like we're still basing things like on stuff that was decided decades ago, stuff that was decided like over 100 years ago, the whole worker rights thing, as it developed during sometime around the Industrial Revolution, sometime afterward. I don't know how long exactly. I'd have to refresh my memory on a lot of that stuff, but factories were using people and spitting them up, and putting them in unsafe working conditions, working ridiculously long hours. And people started, organizing and protesting and stuff like that. And then these factory barons ended up hiring the police and ex-lawmen and all this other stuff to beat these protesters half to death. And then that's when you started getting communists starting getting involved with this and stuff like that, and hijacking the workers' movement. So that's a whole different thing altogether. But because of what happened during that time, that's when it started getting narrowing down over time to the 40-hour work week. But I don't know. I think for some people it works out fine. It works out just great. But for others it doesn't. It just depends. If you have what I call a career, which is doing work that you love, then you work as many hours as you want, But if you have a job, you're just working to live. You're working to eat, to pay your bills. But then the problem with that is, it seemed like I remember reading somewhere that, minimum wage, when that law took effect in the US, it was basically, you should be able to make enough money working a job that pays minimum wage that could pay your bills, and you still have money left over, and you could take care of a family of like I don't know if it was 5 or how many or whatever. But you can't do that no more. It doesn't, minimum wage. Basically, you're broke paycheck to paycheck after you pay all your bills and stuff, and you have a little left over maybe to pay food, depending on where you live at. And I don't even see how anybody can make it on a minimum wage job in New York, with the prices and stuff. That's the way it is up there. But to me, that stuff's interesting, and I was watching this kid on YouTube, and he was playing a thing from Dave Ramsey, and Dave Ramsey was just like talking about a lot of this stuff, and he doesn't really, he's like a financial advice guru, but he don't really understand this kind of new movement that's came about in the last 2 years, where I mean, for example, a new thing that I've heard, and I forgot what it's called. It uses the word quitting. But there's a lot of people that once they do their work at work, they don't do the extra mile stuff. They're not going beyond that because they're not getting compensated for it. They're not getting paid for it. So they're shutting their laptops down. They're putting the mop panels down. Once they work their designated amount of hours, that's it. They're not going over it, So that's a new thing that's happening, and lots of interesting stuff. So I think it's time that we do sketching time. And then I'll show you what we're working on, what we're doing, and then we'll talk about some Wildcat stuff. We're about 40 minutes in. I suppose everybody wants to know what's going on in the world of Wildcat. So please turn your headphones down, your speakers down. You have been warned.
It's time! Your fingers bleed!
Workers' rights. Oh gosh. Let's see. I will say one other thing with the workers' rights thing, unless you ask me a question about it. I actually came up with a plan, and I wrote it out for for a bill to be considered. I just have to find if I was really committed to the idea to send it to a congressman or a senator or whatever, and and present it to them to see if they would present it to their colleagues for a vote and that sort of thing. And it was basically I like the idea where you can treat your employer fairly and also treat the employee fairly, because it can't be lopsided, where you're passing laws that makes things rougher for everybody. But I'll get into that till later. I'd have to find those notes. I don't know what I've done with them, Let's see. Nelly Singh says, nice. Nice indeed. Thank you. So let's take a look at what I'm working at and working on. Here is page 1 of the Chainsaw Ninja story. Yesterday, I frantically was working on, let me get this out of the way. I was frantically working on getting my pages, darkened and just placing a bunch of word balloons where I thought they would look good and stuff. And doing a lot of that type of stuff. And if you give me just a second, I want to tinker with something, because a lot of these borders look a little too thick, and I fixed it. All right, let me go ahead and hit save. And let me go to export. And this is page 1, so I need to do that. Yep, replace that file. Okay, I don't know if you saw any of that. Probably not, because the way this thing works is kind of funny like that. So this is page 1, and it reads, "Our hero some many months later." So this takes place after all the, the stuff in the anthology. I made sure to put bonus story in here. I may or may not leave that there. 1 minute I'm getting a pop, and then the next all hell's breaking loose. Chainsaw ninjas. The crazy never ends. Down below, he's like, "Look like one of you bedsheet weirdos is getting too close for comfort. Bang, zoom, straight to the moon." Put in some zip dots here. Kind of made it look interesting. All right, so we go to page 2. Kind of where we're at now. Let me zoom out so you can see it just a little bit better in all its glory. Okay, so sigh. "Looks like there's no outrunning these fools. Better stand my ground." And then up here we got Chainsaw Ninja. "Key, sneaky devil." Yeah. With the chainsaw. I'm trying to think of a good sound effect for Wildcat's fingernails growing longer. They're actually claws, that like bone. It's not like fingernails like you or I, where if you peel them off, they're gone. No, it's actually sharpened bone that extends out of his fingers. And I was trying to think of a sound effect. I think realistically you wouldn't get much of a sound. It'd be more like a slurpy slurp slurper 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 sound. So I went with shrup, like something like that. And we got Wildcats like, "Poke the bear and get the claws." So that is page 2. We go to pages 3 and 4, and we get this double splash page. Had a little bit of trouble with this yesterday. I frantically, what is today? Is today Saturday? Well, now it's Sunday. But anyway, yesterday I frantically, no, Friday. I'm confused. You're probably confused too. But Friday I frantically drove to the next town over to get this page scanned, because I don't have a scanner big enough to do the job. And I don't want to buy a small scanner where I have to scan one image like several different ways and then try to piece it together. I don't have that type of patience. So it's more convenient for me just to take it and get it scanned by somebody else got a scanner big enough to do the job. And try to get them to scan that middle part of the page perfectly, so that way when I butt them together and fix them and stitch them together digitally, it looks a lot better, because it got scanned incorrectly last time. But here in the corner, we got Wildcat, looking up as, the dude's falling. He's like, "Well, what do we have here?" And as we scroll down, I had problems with the sound effect, originally it was white lettering, but I couldn't get it to show up clearly where this is in black and white. So I decided to kind of gray it. But I'm getting better with my lettering, and I need to find a way where I can quickly create these sound effects and have them pop out and look nice and professional. And I'm learning as I go, a lot of times when I do my sound effects, I actually draw them in what time I'm drawing and inking. But digitally, I'm learning to really get good at the sound effects stuff. I mean, this don't look great, but it's getting good, I think. So here we got this guy who is the centerpiece of this drawing, I think. He's talking to Wildcat, and he says, "There you are. Did you honestly believe your slight against me would go unnoticed?" You have defiled my beloved with your vile stench, and for that the Zikyo Shinoha clan will tear you apart. Wildcat says, listen here, Tom Selleck Samurai, I don't even know who you are, let alone what you're talking about. And then we scroll over to the far left. I put into a box, Zikyo Shinoha is Japanese for screaming death blade. So, yeah, there you go. The Screaming Death Blade clan is what they're called in Japanese. And now I'm on page 5. I'm not lettered it yet, so that's where we're at now. Let me let you in on the CB method of making comics. I failed this miserably on one of the interviews that I did when someone was asking me about my process, and maybe I didn't have enough time to respond in kind because I like to kind of talk and really get into it, you know. But what I do is I have a rough idea of what I'm going to draw. So like Wildcat being chased by chainsaw ninjas, meets the Shogun samurai dude, and they fight, and then Fish Boy shows up, gets involved, and then this woman shows up, and Wildcat gets sucked up in the UFO. So that's the whole story. That's the whole thing. And so then all I have to do is like I take and I make thumbnails. I like to make them about this big. They're actually bigger than the thumb, and so that way I can see all the details in it. And so I draw these really big thumbnails, and I kind of figure out how I want things to look, and I dictate my pacing by going one thumbnail at a time. And I'm like, okay, so in this panel, this is going on. So in the next panel, I need to do this. And because I did this, that would dictate that I need to do this thing. And so there's a lot going into like panel layouts and stuff like that. I'm no expert, but that's kind of what I do. And after I do that, then I go with the big 11 by 17 paper and I start to draw it based on my thumbnails, right? Then I draw that and I ink that. And then digitally, I start to put in my word balloons. Now, this is where it gets tricky. I don't have a script. I don't have a script for any of it. And you're like, CB, that's not very professional. Maybe not. But I like to just stare at a page and just try to figure out what they are saying. Do I need narration or not to add to the story? Do I want to be artsy fartsy with it and do like an Alan Moore thing, or do I want it to be straight up Eric Larson? This is what they're saying. Let's keep the story moving forward. Do I want to do a John Byrne mix? I don't know. I'm not that well thought of a writer, but I like to think I am sometimes. But I put my word balloons in, and I do that because when I look at the page, you know, like I can just put my word balloons where I think they will fit and where they won't obscure too much of the artwork. And then I start to put the dialogue in. Now, if for some reason it's not jiving well, I will add more word balloons or take out one or two, you know. So that's one of the freedoms that you get when you kind of do this method of scripting your story, in my opinion. It's not a go-to method. I'm not saying it is the method. There's probably a lot better methods, but this is what I'm currently doing. And I'm not going to script this tonight live on the show because this is what you would see. You would just see me staring at the page. Just a lot of that, you know, so that would be, you know, I'd probably kill this show a lot faster than talking about worker rights. You know, so there you go. Beyond page 5, we've got this. So I'm definitely probably will work on this live. And I'm going to make that a sticker and probably a few other things. And then I've got this. Maybe I might color this tonight. I don't know. I started on it a little bit. Beep, beep. So let me check the comments before we go any further. Okay, no comments. I think everyone's still with me. Maybe, maybe not. That's okay. So let's go back to where we were at. Can I move this thing out of the way? It's just in the way everywhere I go. All right, so we're looking at this Wildcat chibi that I drew, and I'm going to do some more of them. You know, I got a really awesome one kind of started of him standing in front of a castle and some tombstones, but I didn't quite like how the face turned out, so I still need to work on that one. But this one looks pretty cool, I think. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean this up. So I'm using Krita, which is this free software that you can get. That's awesome. I love it. I'm going to go filter, adjust, and I'm going to go down to levels. And then you probably can't see this. Let me see if you're able to see it or not. Nope, it's not showing it on your screen. But I promise you, there's a big box that's popped up in the middle of this image. But anyway, on levels, I set the level over. I make it darker. I kind of like how that looks overall. Let's see if it's obscuring any important details. All right, now I clean it up by adding the white. Let's do that some more. See if I can get rid of that pencil lines. All right, look at that. Look how that worked out. Gives me a lot less to erase. Maybe, I don't know. There we go. Kind of like that a little bit better. Let me see. Let me take it back over. All right, let me just hit OK on that. Let me get my paintbrush ready. Let me put it on white. And let's make this sucker pretty big. I feel like the wider that I make this page, it's taking out a certain charm to it. So I want to see if I can't just, you know, kind of paint over, erase some, Ctrl Z, some of the stuff that I don't like. Crude pencil marks. Now, some of you might be like, CB, why didn't you just erase that stuff? I did. That is my racing marks. And then some of you be like, CB, why didn't you just not draw so hard with the pencil? I try, you know. I do. I make an effort. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh boy. So anyway, the great news is Wildcat got funded. It is currently, let me go look at the page. It's at 1,730. It's 115% funded. It's 15% over the stated goal, which is amazing. Never thought that I would be there, be at that level. You know, I thought at most it would be funded. So I'm very happy about that. Ecstatic, I would say, even though it doesn't look like it. I am on the inside. It's like I remember when I did the first Wildcat comic and did the Indiegogo for it, and I can't remember what I got up to, but I remember that I extended the campaign. And after that, after 60 days on the first Wildcat comic, it had raised $600 and something. And that was kind of soul crushing, you know, because I don't know. I expected it to do better, I guess. And it takes a while to recover from that sometimes, you know. I thought I had done everything right. Just because you think that doesn't make it so. You know what I mean? And but it was a big learning experience. I'm so glad that it failed because it gave me an opportunity to work on the new rebooted first issue of Wildcat, which is not seen yet. Kind of been working on that off and on, and working on the, oh gosh, it's terrible. Working on the story bits and stuff, you know. And the rebooted first issue is going to be great. You know, I think it's going to be such a big improvement. You know, I think kids are really going to enjoy that. Oops, well, I don't know what I'm cutting here, but cutting it good. So anyway, to go from getting $600 after 60 days on the failed campaign, and here we are on the Wildcat Anthology, and we've raised after 60 days on this one $1,700. You know, I have more than doubled. We have more than doubled what we did last time, which is amazing. I think that's a pretty big accomplishment. You know, it's not huge like other people's campaigns, you know, that they've done, but I think it's right where we need to be at. You know, because based on the character and how it's still largely unknown, and all these other factors, unknown artists, and that sort of deal. You know, so we've done good. We've done really good. And it's a good start. And a lot of these backers, the second go around, you know, 75% of them are brand new backers. You know, I did not even get many of the original backers of the first one. So not only did not get many of the original backers of the first book, I got new backers to replace the old ones. So this is crazy. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out a way to figuring out as I go, I guess. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So I'm kind of tired where I've been getting up early. I'm getting sleepy. My brain's getting sloggy. Let's see if I can take this little lasso tool. I want to go over this bottom half of Wildcat and see if I can't clean up a lot of this crap by using the filter. So I want to go to adjust levels again and start adding a lot of white to it. And we should get rid of all the unwanted pencil marks. So I think that looks good. So I'm happy with that. Let me get the thing out. Let's clean his chin up. Got crap all over the place. So I guess what I'm going to do here is, oh boy, gotta be careful. No, well, Doesn't look too goofy. That's fine right there. You do something about that, though. It's no good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do the face. So let's get the lasso tool. We're going to go through the space. I just want to get through here and try to get all that crap that that I don't have to use like my freaking paintbrush and try to do all that crap. You know what I mean? Save myself a lot of work. There's probably easier ways to do this, but this is my method. Cleaning things up. So the reason I'm cleaning stuff up in the first place is because, you know, when I make this a sticker and a whole bunch of other stuff, you know, I think that would be cool. There was a thing that, oh yeah, I remember I messed up on his lip. When I was inking it, I got a little over zealous or something, and not overzealous, but it got a little too happy. I don't know. Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. All right, let's try it this way. There we go. That's a more even consistency, I think. Now I got to do something with this chin. Do something with this tattoo on the chin. Ooh, delicate work, delicate work. Turning out good though. Wait, got to get this took care of. Got to make this level. Okay, much better. So I need to save as a CRETA document. We're going to name this Wildcat Chibi Sticker. I'm going to save this as a CRETA document. There we go. You got to save this crap. You never know. I feel like this is kind of dark through here. Is it dark? No? All right, let me check out some of the comments and open this door because I'm burning up in this room. Let's see. CB Smallwood got man hand, strong, heavy, powerful. You don't have to be sorry. All right, that's what I'm talking about. This is not some heavy alcohol. This is Pure Leaf lemon tea. Actually, I probably shouldn't drink tea with all my sugar issues and worker right issues, whatever. But man, you got to drink something sweet, you know. I mean, I've grown to like and appreciate water, but man, every once in a while, it's good to have something sweet. And this is about the best I can do, you know. I mean, like the lemon in it, it's a brewed tea, and the lemon in it makes it not as sweet. Or maybe that's just my head or thinking. You know, it's probably not true at all. But that's the way it tastes to me. And I feel like lemon's good for you. Probably not even real lemon in the thing anyway. Let me go open the door for a second. You can look at the background. Enjoy that. Oh, sweet air condition. Oh, man. Europeans, I hear. laugh at us Americans and our air conditioning. But let me tell you something. I don't know what it's like in Europe. Now, I feel like I live in a kind of a colder climate, but here in the U.S., depending on where you live at in the country, it gets pretty hot. Now in Kentucky, we get like a mix of weather, kind of similar to Japan. We get snow and fog and rain and floods, and you know, we experience all the seasons of fall and summer and spring and all that typical stuff you see seen in movies, in the most idyllic periods or whatever. And we get very hot summers and cold winters and stuff and whatever. And we have mountains that smoke. Not like California where they're on fire all the time. I mean, like, like moisture. Beautiful place. But anyway, like you take somewhere like Texas and you got that dry heat and it's like over 100 or something, or down in Georgia, somewhere like that. It's rough stuff. But then you go up somewhere like windy Chicago and it gets cold in the wintertime. You talking about, real, you talking about real cold. Further north you go, the colder it gets. And then further down south, it gets hotter and hotter, and then around here, our heat's kind of more humid, so there's moisture in there, and it's very southern, but it's very smoldering and suffocating. Can't breathe. Let me tell you something. Air conditioned stuff is, I don't care what my European friends say. We got to have that stuff. Yeah. You can call us girly men all you want. Got to have it. Checking out a few comments here. Let's see. I saw your comment earlier on the Wildcat post on YouTube that I did, and I haven't got around to responding to it yet, so I'm not ignoring you. But Josh says, when do you think Wildcat #1 will be done? Well, let me pull my folder up here, and I'll try to show you. Let's see. It's gonna stop screen. Look at my big ugly head. Share screen. Can I do a window? Give me a second. I'm going to show you. Give me 1 minute. I'm having to click all these things. I wish that what do you call it? The wonderful people at wanting to call them DuckDuckGo. What is this thing I'm streaming on right now? What is this service? Not YouTube. StreamYard. Thank you. StreamYard. Wonderful people at StreamYard. I wish they'd have it where you could have multiple shared screens ready to go, like 3 or 4. That way, it'd just be more convenient when you're doing a live show. Okay, now I'm going to show you the finished file folder, and hopefully you can see that. All right, you see that? All right, so these are the finished files. There's actually a few more things that are finished that are not in this. But what I'll show you is right here. It's pretty much this stuff in purple right here is my contribution. It's roughly 20 pages, 19 pages or whatever of the Dr. Terror story, which introduces everybody else's stories and stuff like that, as well as having its own narrative and kind of theme for the book. Also, we have here in this box that I've got highlighted. I don't know if you can see the highlight. Yeah, you can. This box is highlighted. This is Abe, Peter, and Allison's contribution. So that's finished. That's in the can. And again, these right through here, this stuff is finished. Sideburns. These 2 folders or boxes or Sideburns' contribution. That is in the can. Here, this stuff right here at the bottom, in this page 2, This stuff is B.W. Sims and mine contribution to the anthology. That is finished. That is in the can. Here, this thing I got highlighted at the bottom, that is R.J. Johnston's contribution. That is in the can. Here is Jan's pages. That is in the can. So let me get a calculator out here. I always like getting a calculator out from time to time, even though I still get my math wrong on the calculator. It's stupid. Probably can't even, I wonder if you can see the calculator. I'm kind of curious. Nope, you can't see it. But I promise you I got it out. So we've got, I want to say 20 pages plus 8 pages plus sideburns is 13. Overachiever indeed. Awesome. We got Jan's 8 pages. RJ's 8 pages. BW Sim 8 pages. Which brings us to a total of 65 pages of the anthology that is legit done. It's done. 65 pages legit done of the 80 pages of actual content. So what are we left with? So we got 65. What's left to finish? Okay, so if we, let me stop sharing screen here. Yeah, stop sharing screen. So 65 total things done. Plus, when Peter DeLuca gets done, that brings us up to 73 pages. And then right now, what I'm working on, let me see if I can pull this up for you. Let's see. Just give me a second. Click, click, click. Click, 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 click. Got to click all these buttons. All right, so we should be looking at the folder here for the Chainsaw Ninjas. So this is what I'm working on currently for the anthology, is the Chainsaw Ninjas things. Now I know this doesn't look straightforward as the last folder, but I promise you it is. So these are the scanned files for the Wildcat Chainsaw Ninja story. Here they all are. These are the scanned files. So you can see the images. Now this stuff right here that looks like Notepad or whatever, this is the CRETA file for each one of these pages. Okay. So I've got the pages darkened. I've got the page. I got the lettering balloons and the word vector files ready to go. All I have to do is just sit there, stare at the pages, and start putting in the words that I think of off the top of my head. Very professional, I know. So I've got 1, 2, 3. No, I'm sorry. I need to count again. I have 2, 3, 4. I got 4 pages out of okay, so I got 4 pages out of 12 done on the Chainsaw Ninja story. So anyway, if we add C plus shoot. If we add 12 pages of the Chainsaw Ninja story, that brings us up to 85 pages total of actual content. So how you like them apples? 5 pages over overachievers. Yeah. I should just draw an extra page so that way I match what Sideburns did in third. No, wait a minute. I already surpassed him because I did like 20 pages for the Dr. Terror story. So yeah, like them apples, Sideburns. Take that, brother. So yeah. Um, so massive progress. So once I get the story from DeLuca, I mean, this thing's going to go bam. It should go out fairly quickly. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up and say too quickly. I did put in the campaign that I want to have it fulfilled by October. I hope people give me leeway just in case, because last I heard there was a paper shortage. I'm not making that up. It's been around for a couple months. I'm hoping, though, by the time I'm ready to fulfill that, that's been straightened out. But also, let's see. My goal is in freaking what is this, August? We're still in August. In September, I want to have this whole book done no later than September. It has to be done in September. I mean, there's no excuse for it not to be done in September, right? I mean, I don't want to have any pressure put on myself any more than what there is. But to me, I feel like, with 65 pages in the can out of, I think, 82 pages total, 65 in the can. And then I'm going to get these other pages done fairly quickly. There's no reason why this shouldn't get done. The other things that you didn't see is I have 4 advertisements that are pretty much ready to go. I've got a what do you call that, table of contents page. I got it almost ready to go. I'm just waiting to have everything all together. I want all the pages all together, so that way I know where to number every one of the stories and stuff like that, and then the hard part of formatting. Oh gosh, formatting sucks. Sucks. So when do I think the Wildcat #1 will be done? The anthology. Oh, you're talking about the rebooted first issue. I'm sorry, I was talking about the anthology. My bad. That's how tired I am. I'm whatever. The anthology should be out by October. I'm fairly confident about that. I'm like 90% confident that it's going to be out in October or sooner. Depends on the whole paper shortage thing and things that are beyond my control, type of thing. But I am doing everything in my power to make that happen. The other thing is the rebooted first issue Wildcat. I have no clue when that'll be done. I think once I get a couple of story things figured out for it, I don't know. But I do know one thing. I don't want to spend all year working on it. I want to get it done sooner than later, And I also want the rebooted first issue to. I feel like I want to give people bang for their buck. That's one reason I want the anthology to have as many pages as possible. I want people to feel like, when they fork over money for it, that they're getting value for what they're spending. And I know it's a lot, but it's like this thing where like if you're an indie comics creator, there's a lot of weird expenses that comes with stuff, and I'm not just saying this for the sake of it. It's like apparently, like shipping can be very expensive depending on where you're shipping to. You got to pay the printer. If this book was in color, I think it'd be close to over $1,000 to get it colored. I mean, like to get it printed. I'm sorry, to get it printed. That's not including the cost to get it colored, which would be about $2,000 to $3,000, depending on what you negotiate with the colorist. And then to get the book shipped to you, it costs like a couple $100 possibly to get it shipped to you from the printer, because they charge you for that too. But where the book's in black and white, I think it's going to cost like $600 to $800, somewhere in that range to get it printed. And I'm not sure about the shipping. but fortunately, you know, where it is, um, where we raised $1,700, there's going to be extra money left over to do cool stuff with. So I'm hoping to add stickers and things to people's things. Now I don't want to over promise stuff because I don't know what's going to happen, you know, because I don't know about these unexplained expenses and stuff like that. Hence the price of things and stuff. But hang on, I'll show you what stickers I do have. And I ordered these before, like 6 months before this whole campaign. I got big fat stacks of these things, you know. These are the Wildcat emblem logo things. Oh, wait a minute, let me get one out here. You see how it's shiny? They do make them where they're kind of flat and not shiny and reflective like this. But that is that sticker. And I also got steel sealed Wildcat fan club. If I can get the glare of the light off here, or if I can just turn this light a little bit. I don't know. I don't know how to do this. Wildcat fan club stickers. So don't hold me to it because I don't know what will happen or anything like that, you know. But I would like to include stuff like this in, you know, as to throw in like bonus stuff. I want to find ways to give people more value for what they paid for, and hopefully, if I have that surplus of money, I'll be able to do that, you know. And I want to take care of the backers that really shoved out the dollars and make sure they get more bang for their buck. And I want to take care of backers that just gave the bare minimum, and show them that I value them too, you know. And then also, you know, I want to take care of all the contributors that contributed to the book, you know, with their time and their effort, you know, and show them love as well. So showing everybody love. Everybody. I was long-winded. Me. Look here, I'm way behind on the comments. Josh writes in response to us Americans needing our air conditioning, and please, Europe, stop making fun of us for it, because you don't know what it's like living here on this land mass. A large chunk of it not made for humans to live on, and that's legit, but we live on it anyway. That's how crazy we are. But he says, I live in Arizona, and it's hot as balls. I believe it. I want to go to Arizona so bad to see the, you know, the flatlands and just, you know, the big blue sky. I mean, we get, you know, big blue skies here depending on where you live at. You know, the city, it's about 30 minutes away. You know, it has big. It was built on a big flat lands. You know, and so you kind of get a little bit of the Arizona feel, but you don't get that rustic type of look, you know, that they usually show in movies and that sort of thing. You know, where the particular area where I live at, you know. There's a highway in front of the house, and then you got like trees everywhere, and then down below there's the river, and then there's neighbor's house and mountains, and then behind my house there's mountains, and you know, just mountains. You know, really want to go to Arizona and train with some karate people. There's a lot of interesting things in Arizona. A lot of cool people I'd like to meet. Maybe I'll meet Josh. Freak him out. What are you doing at my house, man? Let's see. Nellie Singh says, wow, Josh, true. Mega heat wave in Arizona. Water shortages to the government will ration it. Seems like there's water shortages happening all throughout the Midwest and Western part of the United States, you know, because I'm probably wrong about this, talking out my butt. Like, a lot of them share like sort of the same water supply. Not all of the states out that way, but, and then you take corporations that probably gobble it up for me to drink in bottles. That probably don't help things either. A lot of underground river systems, you know, created from the Ice Age, getting sucked dry. But you gotta have water. This Wildcat Anthology is like Heroes for Hope, X-Men one-shot with many artists like Arthur Adams. Oh, that's cool. Hope it lives up to that. Sideburns, indeed. Oh, man, that had to be hot. That sucks. Nelly Singh says, will it be released on digital comic form, CB? Yes. So I have to have to go look again at all the perks and tiers, and I'll just pull that up for you and actually show you. But pretty much every one of the things available it has the digital format available as part of it. I'm sorry, I'm clicking everything in its mother here. So where am I at? I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. I don't know where I'm at. Okay, here we go. So 2 days left, 51 backers. Very nice. Thank you, everybody. So here's the perks on the right-hand side. So if you spend $25, you get the comic and a free digital copy. Get the comic and a free digital copy. I've seen people, not bundle them together, but every one of these perks I've got them bundled together because I want to give you bang for your buck. Okay, bang for your buck. So comic, free digital copy. And then here for our international folks or for folks that don't have much money to give, you can get the digital comic by itself for $5. Now, for some of you might be like, why do I want to pay $5 for something digital? Well, I've seen people price their digital PDFs for about $8. And again, this is indie comics. If you want to make it a career or a living, you kind of have to price things that way. And if you want to build a company, also, but this is not a really for-profit venture with the anthology because there's like 9 people, including me, that put this book together. So nobody's making money. We're all just getting like extra copies of the book and that sort of thing. But anyway, $5 for the PDF or the digital copy by itself. You can get the variant cover comic. You can get the comic that has the variant cover on it and a free digital copy, free PDF of the book. And then down here, hopefully, if you, I don't know if it's like showing up. Let me make sure because you might mean, oh yeah, it's showing up. But down here we've got the original art. You get a page of original art drawn by me. I don't know if that's a selling point or not, but I can't really sell anybody else's original art for this anthology. I'm just, I can only do my thing. But you get a page of my original art, the comic, and a digital copy all together. It's $120. I know it's a lot, but it's original art. And I have a feeling that, it may go up in value in a couple of years if I work really hard and make a name for myself. And also, it's helping to get this book funded. And this perk right here really helped a lot, as well as some very special backers as well that helped push this book over the edge. And then I'm also going to add, I already got the sketch cards put up, but I was going to add Frank Salazar's Wildcat sketch cards as another perk for people to get. And I was going to add on to that a free digital copy with each card purchased. So everybody's getting digital copies. See, will it be released in digital comic form? Yes. And for anyone asking, when the book is done and then we go to fulfill, I would imagine, I've not put this much thought into it, but I guess I will send out the digital copies first right away when it comes time to start fulfilling. and so people will get their digital copy first or something. I could do it like that, or maybe like give them like something on a piece of I don't know. No, better not mess around. I better give them their digital copy first, So the digital may actually come out before the printed book, but I only want to release it once I know that the printed book is being sent out to backers. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I have no idea. This is my first time doing this rodeo, so you have to bear with me. Oh gosh. Now this thing says beautiful stickers, CB. Thank you. Thank you. I'm hoping that with the I'm going to add a sticker to that. Everything's really time sensitive. To get all the stuff together that I want to add. I need to start ordering things sooner than later. It's just that where I've started my new job working full time, I haven't got my big fat paycheck yet because I went from working 2 days to 5 days a week, and so I'm expecting $500 or $600 this next paycheck, which will be not this Monday, but the Monday after next. And then so from that paycheck, I'll start ordering all these extra goodies that I want to throw in. I don't want to say what they all are because I don't know how this is all going to work out. I'm still figuring it out. I was going to pay that out of pocket or whatever up front to get that out of the way. And I think in a couple of days, Indiegogo will send me like the $1,700 or how, I don't know what their cut will be, but they'll send me that funds into my bank account. Hopefully, if I put that information in right. And that scares me, having all that money in the bank, because I really want to get this thing done as soon as I can so I can just send it straight to the printers and all this other stuff. I was thinking about getting a hold of the bank and tell them to set up a special account and tell them call it car repairs or something like that, and then have all that money go to the car repairs account or whatever, so that way it doesn't get mixed up with my bank account. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Man, this stuff's scary. It is scary. I mean, this is fun scary. No, it's not fun scary. It's good scary because it means I'm funded. These are good problems to have. They're still problems, but it's good problems. But thank you. I think the stickers look cool too. Hopefully, hope everybody thinks they look cool. Are you still going to get extra copies printed to send out to all the contributors? Yes. After all the backers are took care of, I'm going to get and print extra copies to send to all the backers. I don't know how many copies it will be. Is it going to be 2 or 3, or is it going to be like 10? I don't know. The one good thing we got going for us is the fact that it's in black and white, so it's a lot cheaper to print black and white than it is color. And so I don't know. I don't know how many copies everybody's going to get. I'll know once everything's kind of done, because I don't know how many pages the anthology is going to be, because I know it's going to be at least 83 or 80. No, it was 85. It was 85 pages. I know it's going to be 85 pages once it's all said and done. But then, I know there's going to be 4 to 5 pages of ads that would go into it. So it's going to make it 90. We're going to have a letters page. So that's 1 or 2 pages. So we're going to say 92 pages, 93 pages for the content. What do you call that? It tells you the chapters and the stupid things. So I think that's 93. Maybe pages 94, 95 would be like a double page spread of like all the contributors and little bios about them. Could do that. And then like 5 more pages of what, So this could be like 100-page anthology book. So it's really racking up. So I don't know how much everything's going to cost exactly and all this other stuff. So I don't know. but everybody will get extra copies. The contributors will get extra copies for sure. And just to remind everybody, our wonderful friend Despain Comics has a link available for you to go click on it today to go get your copy of the Wildcat Anthology. I want to hit reload. I'm sure it's going to say 2,000 because you wouldn't let me down like that, would you? Would you let me down like that and it not show 2,000? Yes, you losers. You absolutely would. I secretly did hope in my heart it would say 2,000, but no, you left it right where it was at. Let's see how it is now. Let's see. Nellie Singh says, would like to go there to see some more Native American art, works, and jewelry. Cool. I've been to like maybe 2 or 3 of like these Native American fairs. And they were awesome. You know, they had, singing and dancing. They had these little booths where you could buy like arrowheads and necklaces and all these cool things. I always thought that stuff's really cool. And, if a Native American tribe would take me in, I'd go for that. Yeah. Actually, probably shouldn't mention this because it's, here or there, but there is a Native American tribe that of like Sizemores that are related to that have supposed to have a lot of Cherokee blood in them or whatever, and they're trying to get recognized by the federal government as a legit Native American tribe or something like that. So that's interesting. But I don't think they don't seem to display a lot of Native American culture as far as I know, but I don't know, they're working on it. It's interesting. It's just interesting stuff. It's crazy, interesting things. I would love to be part of a Native American tribe and get a name and go with that, like Sitting Bull or something, No big deal. I was just curious, how will the Indiegogo print edition of the anthology be different from future printings? Well, I've been thinking about that, and I think it's one of these things where I kind of get it figured out and decided after I have all the files and I start to get ready to print or something. I was thinking about putting somewhere on the book Indiegogo exclusive, and I'm thinking what we'll do is after everybody gets their copies, contributors and backers, yada, 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 that I will come up with a new cover for the anthology. And this will be the kind of like the second print run or the ongoing print run where all the contributors will be given the keys to the kingdom to print or whatever. And so I think doing it that way, it will make the Indiegogo exclusive print run maybe more valuable because it'll be like X number of books or something like that. And I think that would be a good selling point for people that will take these and sell them on their websites or social medias, and also sell them at conventions at their booths and stuff like that. It's like, because once we get it down to a limited number of the Indiegogo exclusives, that's what I'm thinking, that it'll make them more valuable and easier to sell. And then also after that, it makes them collector items too. And after that, the ongoing print run with the different cover, I feel like I'm being confusing, but that's my thought. Arizona. I'm definitely a fan of the variant covers. Yeah, I decided to do a variant cover last minute. Well, many of the wonderful contributors in the private group on Facebook where we're talking to him. He's like, dude, you need to have more perks or tiers or whatever. And I purposely kept it down to like 2 or 3. And the reason was because I want to make it easier on me, because this is my first rodeo as far as like being funded, and so now we're over the first half of this campaign. We're entering in the second phase, which is fulfillment. We're getting close to that, and it's scary because I've not done that before, and I want to make sure that I do things right, and I need to do things quickly. So I got to do them right, got to do them quickly, got to do them right. And I can't, you can't get one or the other wrong, because a lot of people get upset, and then it not that it matters, who gets the blame so much, but it's me that deserves the blame, and then people will remember. And then when there's a future Wildcat or some other CB project, people remember that stuff, and they'll hold grudges for a long time. And it doesn't matter if you're just now figuring stuff out or that sort of thing. Very unforgivable. So, and also I want to do people right. I want to make sure they're took care of. And so I kept it simple in the beginning with like 2 or 3 things, and no more than that. But all the people in the private Facebook groups that were contributors, hey, you need to have more Porks and Tears. And eventually I added like two or 3 more, dragging my feet. And that's what helped get the book funded. Also listening to everybody that said to extend the campaign. Everybody was talking to me privately in messages and after interviews and stuff. And you know who you are. Phone calls. About 7 people, really hammering me. Hey man, you need to extend it. And I'm like, I'm glad I'm listened. Thank you. But anyway, so I did that, and then I added perks, help with that too. Kind of talking in circles. I'm sorry. Now this thing says they're all beautiful covers. Agreed. Thank you. I've been thinking, like the printer that I'm thinking about going with, I think they can do like metal covers and stuff. So that's really cool. I like to play with that, and foil covers and, that kind of stuff. So that would be neat. Cheetos. Understood, CB. New bank accounts, good problems. Yeah, that's in reference to me saying like it's scary where we're in the funded phase and the problems with the money going into my bank account and all this other stuff, but how it's a good problem because it means we're funded. It's a good problem. It's a good bad problem. And then finally, CB, may many more successes for you moving forward. Thank you. Sic parvis magna means greatness from small beginnings. Ooh, I love that. That is really cool. And what I need to do is Google it and figure out how it's pronounced. Oh shoot, can't highlight it. Man, let me write this down. I like that. I like that little phrase. I should have like stuff handy, where I can actually do things. We got some Cooper artwork here. Kind of looks like hiragana, or how do you pronounce it? See, I'm a guy that actually listens, and when people have cool ideas, I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. It's just like when Robert Johnston was talking, and I didn't really have a name for these little creature golem looking things that are in the Dr. Terror story, that's his little servants. And he called them the Jawa Knots. And it's like, well, that's so cool. And I basically kind of riffed. I mainly lifted them up from, it starts with an O. I'll think of it later. It's got the tall man in it, and it's got the orbs with the spikes coming out of them. Phantasm. It doesn't start with an O at all. It's Phantasm. I got inspired by those, but that they're exactly the same as the Jawas in Star Wars. So maybe that's where he got them, or vice versa. I don't know who did it first. So I'm doing my version. So why not? I got my own Jawas, and they're Jawanauts. So I it's like when I when I realized that the golden claws that Wildcat used to have didn't mesh well, that they were distracting color wise once it was colored. And, I remember asking people on Twitter, you want black claws or gold claws? And the overwhelming consensus was black claws. And so they had black claws. So I listen to people. When you come up with great stuff, I take that and run with it. And I got here written, I know you can't see, Sic Parvis Magna. And that apparently is from Sir Francis Drake. I need to write down this other part too, or else I forget what the heck that means. I got this long butt intro that I end my videos with. I wonder if people gets tired of that, but I want to talk about the tide that rises all ships and be the change you want to see. I mean that stuff. I really do. And I try to end things on a positive note. A lot of the YouTube stuff, very heavy on the drama. I'll be honest, I love the drama stuff. I sit there going, I eat that up. But here lately, I've just gotten, some of my favorite comic book drama channels. I've actually gotten sick of them. Crazy, I know. I just, why have I gotten sick of them? I don't know. Well, I do know. Let me just, first of all, let me share my screen so we can look at what I was working on a while ago. No, we need to go to window, go with that window, boom. But I have got kind of sick of the comic book drama channels here lately in the past couple months or more. And I'll tell you the reason why. I'm going to add my own drama to the drama. You ready for this? Are you ready? Well, let's see. I got to think here for a second. Not so much about censoring myself. I just got to move crap around and figure out what it is that I'm getting ready to do here. So, with all these comic book drama channels, the reason I'm getting sick of them is it's not what I signed up for. Does that make sense? It's like, born in the 80s, a child of the 90s. And, well, I feel like I'm a child of the 80s too, but it's like, I always wanted to be that guy that was in the top 10 artists in Wizard magazine. And I read all these interviews about all these awesome artists and the worlds that they were creating and the things that they were doing and that sort of deal, And I feel like I messed up some stuff here. And that's, that's one of the things that attracted me about comics, that drew me to them, and I feel like we've lost that somehow, everything's become just so polarized and tribalized, and everybody's really into the tribalism pretty hardcore. And you got the culture war going on in comics of all things, but there it is. And, I'm burnt out. I'm gave out. And I'm sorry that if some of you are really big into the culture war and the comics and you feel like this battle and that battle is worth having, and you're probably right. You're right down to the T that you're right, but it doesn't mean that it's not fatiguing. And it doesn't mean that it's not killing the very thing that we all love and cherish. You know, I look at comics and I see stuff I don't like. I see stuff that I don't like in the movies, in the films, the animation, cartoons. And I feel like I have valid reasons for the reasons I don't like the stuff that I don't like. But here's my but. I've reached a point to where like everybody and their mother has a YouTube channel now, and they've well documented many of the reasons why they don't like these things, and all those reasons are pretty much the same reasons why I don't like them. Sometimes they're more articulated than me or about it, and other times they're not. And I feel like, you know, why do I need to add to that noise? And then also, not saying that I won't do that one day, but I just don't feel particularly drawn to do that. But the other thing is, it's like, you know, to me, I don't see why that's fun. You know what I mean? I don't see the fun in covering why stuff sucks all the time. Because I feel like there's still so much great stuff that's out there that's worth being elevated and talked about. Everybody's just like, "Wow, this sucks and that sucks," and like I said before, you know, that does have a place on YouTube. It does have a place in social media and in the world to, you know, complain about why this or that sucks. You know, I'm not saying people shouldn't do that. I'm just saying that me personally, I'm just sick of it. I'm tired. I'm worn out. Between like worrying about bills and improving my family situation, trying to make a career out of comics, and wondering if I get blacklisted if I say or do the wrong thing, or by this group or that group, or by the mainstream or whatever, you know, and not even get a chance to even make a career out of this, which is stupid. It's effing stupid that even has to even be a worry or a concern. But, you know, there's just a lot going on in my life, in your life. And so we got all this crazy stuff going on in comics, and I'm just tired of it. I just want it to end. When does it end? It's like a war that just never ends, you know? And the people that are printing things in comics that I don't like personally, you know, they've been told by hundreds and thousands of people now that a lot of us don't like this or that in comics. And they decided, like, you know, they don't care. You know, their rationale. So what? We're going to do it anyway. So what do you go? What do you do in a situation like that? Do you keep crying about it, or do you move on? And to me, I've just kind of moved on. You know, it's like, and I don't want to. And the thing is, I realize that there's people that likes a lot of the new comics that are coming out now that I don't like. But I'm not going to go to that person and say, this thing that you really like sucks. I mean, why? Why would I do that? If they are enjoying it and they think it's great, I don't want to take that joy away from them. I mean, like, if they were to ask me, I'll tell them why it sucks. But otherwise, you know, I'm not going to, you know, pee in their Cheerios. That doesn't mean that, you know, sometimes or another, you know, that I won't come out and say this sucks or that sucks. But most of the time, I prefer not to do that, you know. All right, so I'm going to copy this layer so I don't mess up, and then I'll hide the original layer, and then I'll just start maybe trying to color this one. I don't know. Let me check out some of the comments here. Boop. Another thing says, drama like sands through the hourglass these days. These are the days of our lives. It is. I mean, right now, I guarantee that there was a few drama things, and I'm not directing this at anybody in my sphere of influence, but there were a few major comic book channels that were going strong, and I was watching some of the drama that was in that, and it's like, no offense to them, because those people are very successful. I'm happy that they're successful and they're making a living and they're providing for their families and stuff. But like, dude, it's not fun for me anymore. I want off this train. I got into, and I'm still trying to get into comics because I love comics. I love creating stories with other people and having people read them and talking about the things that we love. And I feel like if we continue to be a culture that talks about the things that we hate, and we just point out all the stuff that sucks all the time and the things that suck about each other all the time, we can't have a civilization. It doesn't work that way. That's how you get civil wars. That's how you get war, period. And act like just because we're the U.S. that we're too sophisticated, that will never happen. Psh, so naive. Any history book will show you where things go once a culture becomes so divided. When you have two competing cultures, and there's and the numbers continue to grow between these two competing cultures, and there's not and they're not talking anymore. When you have two competing cultures and they're not talking to each other anymore, nothing's good's going to come out of that. But you can't tell people that. I understand, everybody has like their beliefs are important, and how they come to those beliefs have validity. Well, not everybody. That's impossible, but in all this other stuff, right? But we have to remember, and this is the most important thing to me, is that we have to remember we're all human, and most of us, not all of us, but the overwhelming majority of us, we want the same things in life. We just want to go about, we just have different views on how to achieve those things. And that's where the problem starts to come in. If we can just remember that you and I, different religions or no religions, different beliefs, different political views, whatever, if we can just remember at the end of the day that you and I are human beings, no matter what you identify as, cat person, somewhere in there, there's still a human, but you and I as human beings, we're human. We have roughly the same wants and interests, to be fed, to have a comfortable place to sleep, to be loved, to give love, that sort of thing. And if we can have a dialogue about that and just remember all that, remember that, we'd be better off, and get back to the thing that made America work in the first place, is to agree to disagree. Get back to that. And then we can still be neighbors. People are trying real hard not to be neighbors anymore. And there's a lot of pundits on TV, no matter what your political affiliation or religious affiliation, or none is, there's a lot of pundits on TV or on YouTube that will try to convince you why you should segregate yourself. Don't do it. Don't segregate yourself from humanity. Even if you vehemently oppose to their viewpoints, remember that they're still human. It's the worst thing you can do. Years ago, I used to watch diversity in comics and yellow flash channels, but they got old to me. Yeah, that's kind of happened to me too. There's still a few of these channels that I watch fairly regularly, or used to. Here in the last couple of months, like I said, I've got burned out, man. It's like, where's the fun in comics? Where's all that fun stuff? And it's like, I don't know what happened. So, here I am talking about drama of drama. So I'm a hypocrite, I guess. I don't know. But what happened, man? What happened? I know what happened, but it sucks. It's that way. And this Spain comic says exactly. We know that poop stinks, so why stir in it? Why sit in it? Yeah. I think, like I said, I think it's good that there's YouTube channels that do talk about this stuff. I do think that we should talk about things that suck, but not to the degree that we're doing it, not every single day. Like, hey, here's my YouTube channel, and here's the thing that sucks today. It's like, and if you have a YouTube channel like that, I'm sorry, because, more than likely you're very successful and you're getting a lot of attention, as you should, because that's what people are drawn to. It's a human instinct to identify things that are a problem for our own survival. Gets into weird psychology stuff. But anyway, my problem is not other people's success. It's just like this culture that's very destructive. And it's just getting worse and it's sucking all the fun out of comics. That's my thing. We can talk about the suck, and we should point out the things that suck. But to the degree that we're doing it, like, we need good stuff too. We need to talk about the good things, and we're not doing that. We're not doing it enough. Tank Ferret Presents says, "Hail, all of you magnificent bastards!" Love that. I hope that's like a regular catchphrase of yours, because I love how that rolls off the tongue. It's awesome. Production. Is that production over drama? I always get confused by the greater than, less than sign. I don't know why. I guess because it's like it was introduced to me in mathematics, and I'm not a math whiz. I guess that's what hurts me. Let's see. You ever get like when your phone goes off, you have to pick it up every time because you're just so obsessed with it? And then you go check, and it's like now it's like your phone is just like your mailbox. It's full of junk mail. Yeah, that's me just then. Jake Smith says, coincidentally left a drama stream to watch. I'm so sorry, Jake, that I'm talking about drama. I'm talking of drama about drama. But I just think it's interesting. The whole thing's interesting. We started off tonight talking about worker rights, the socialist part of me. And I'm not socialist at all, but I guess maybe like 5% of the 100% of me is. The new headline would be like, CB Smallwood reveals he's socialist. I said 5%. You understand? Five is not 100. 95% of me is capitalist. Oh boy. I'm getting ready to color this thing, by the way, for all you wondering. I'm just like answering these comments, and just because I feel like it's rude, for me just to be sitting there coloring and opining without addressing everybody. Smash that like button, hit that bell to receive all notifications. Yes, this little pitiful channel needs it indeed. It is growing, though. I'm so kind of surprised by that. And it's all thanks to this anthology book and all this hard work that all of yous are doing. All of you. And I'm being sincere when I say that. I'm not being sarcastic, like the contributors on this book and a couple of you hardcore true blue Wildcat fanatics, and I say that affectionately, are really helped this channel grow, by sharing and liking and all that wonderful stuff. Get out of here, Nat. Suck someone else's blood. Just because I got a little bit of sugar problems don't mean you get the sweet and tasty. It doesn't work that way. Remember when people bonded over need stuff? Pepper Ridge Farms remembers. Yes. We need to bond. Not need, but nerd. Let's go read this properly. Remember when people bonded over nerd stuff? I do. Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you a story. This is very short and sweet. And I say this all the time. I probably get printed on a t-shirt, have it as some CB Smallwood merch. But I was at a flea market 20 years ago. And this is like a really old flea market. It's kind of hidden. I need to find that place again, see if it's still in business. But This old flea market. They had these old booths. I remember there was this Harley Davidson that was on display. It had like fur on the seat, and it had like a, it was a chopper. It had like this long handles on it. It's very neat. And it may even had skulls on it. But I know it had like leather. And I mean, it was really decked out. It was one of the first things that you saw. And this building was not well lit, and they had all these booths that's full of old crap that people had for sale. Sometimes it was like old china. Sometimes it was like old NES games and Atari games. Lot of different things, a lot of cast iron skillets, a lot of stuff like that, old tools, new tools, and some old comics. And that's where I found a lot of Dragon Force and Aracel comics, Warlock 5. That's where I got some Kamui, which is, all that stuff's awesome. You need to check out Kamui if you've not seen Kamui. It's Kamui, I think, Kamui. And it really inspired me. It's like, yeah, I can draw comics. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, that guy's a far superior artist to me. But anyway, so I'm in the flea market, and I am walking around looking at these books, and there's these two kids. When I say kids, anywhere from like 10 to 15. And they're walking around fairly close, and they're looking at comics. And one of the boys says, he looks at the other one. He says, "Did you know that Super Surfer's board could teleport?" I remember, and I didn't talk to him. I just overheard it, and it really stuck with me. I still remember it to this day. Did you know that Super Surfer's board could teleport? And I always like to say, like, we need to get back to arguing about the things that matter, like who would win between Hulk and Superman, and whether or not Silver Surfer's board could teleport, because that's the stuff that matters in life. We need to get back to that. Can Silver Surfer's board teleport? Let's see. Outrage culture is inherently self-defeating. I think so too. I think I've said that in a long-winded way, I guess. We get people's attention to get a conversation started, a discussion, talk like civilized discourse. It's art, it's fun, and enjoyable. Well said. Getting a tickle in my throat. Fun. Remember fun? It was fun. Yeah, that's another one of the things I like to say, F-U-N, fun. We need to get back to fun. People's forgot that. What I think a lot of people that is really hardcore in the comic book culture war, and I say this respectfully because I'm not throwing shade at them. I'm just pointing out something that I feel that I see is that they're really enjoying the culture war. They're really enjoying it, And to me, people that think differently than me, that live differently from me, and if I feel that for some of those people that I'm vehemently opposed to them, I still don't want to see those people as my enemy. Unless they're outright like evil, like they're evil turds, doing evil things, like they're that they're narcissists and just you know what I mean. But even then, I don't want to slide into that, because it's real easy to slide into that mindset, because then all of a sudden that one or two people that you're like, yeah, those are evil. Then you start to look at all the people that's around them, and the people that's around them, well, they must be evil too. It just spreads. And it's like, no, because now you get into groupthink. You're thinking that everybody that belongs to this, and this group's bad. I don't believe that. I might not agree with the practices that the group that you affiliate with, or loosely affiliate with, or that you support or identify with. That's not you. You are you. You have your own opinions, your own beliefs, and we have to judge people individually. And I see a lot of people that's in the comic book culture war really enjoying it. And like, it's like they don't see it. Like in my head, what I see is a battlefield with two warring sides, and they're justified in why they're warring. At least one side is, in my opinion. But regardless of where you stand on it, the civilians are in the middle, and the civilians is the comic book fandom. It is the comic characters. It is the comics themselves that is the victim of all this, we're killing the very thing that we're fighting for. It's easy to do, you know. So you got to remember the fun. Greater than eats the bigger item. But which side is the greater than? You know, is it the crocodile mouth, or is it where it points at? Crocodile mouth, is it the greater than, or is it the pointy end? I always get confused. That's me right now. Got a shout out to the chat every once in a while. 5% socialist. Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised. You know, I have some very liberal views on some things, and then I have some very conservative views on things. You know, I wouldn't say that I am a moderate. You know, definitely not extremist, but no. Don't want to tell people exactly what I am, because then people will be like, you know, on one side or the other, they'll be like, "Oh, I knew it. You're that. I will not follow you anymore." Because people's it's that tribalized right now. Everybody's so sensitive. It's like, oh man, don't be like that. Can't we just be whatever it is that we are and still love one another? Can't you just hate the 5% of somebody and just love the rest? Crazy. Always an event to change the status quo of comics, and another event to bring it back to normal. Only a matter of time. I think so. You know, just like how there's like bubbles that form, and eventually, you know, the bubble will burst, and then there's going to be fallout from that. You know, there's a lot of fads that's driving stuff right now, like fads that really suck, in my opinion. You know, it's well documented what these fads are. The bubble will burst on those. The culture war bubble will burst in comics at some point, because it's the comic industry's not that big. I mean, it's growing and contracting and growing and contracting, and I don't know where it's at on that scale right now, but indie comics is booming pretty big. It's getting bigger every day, but eventually, you know, that'll pop at some point too, I imagine. Points to a smaller item. So the pointy end. Okay. All right. I'm going to Google this just to make sure, because I really need to get this down, because this is part of internet lingo. I'm so unhip. Which Hulk is better? Green, gray, red, blue, black, or is it Weapon H, Metal Hulk? I'll be honest. I hope nobody gets offended. I hate Weapon H or Metal Hulk. And the reason is, it's like, I feel like he's just like now the ultimate. He's not just the ultimate Hulk. He's the ultimate character of all the Marvel universe. You know, it has all the best attributes of Hulk and Wolverine. You know, and what's the point of having Hulk or Wolverine? You know, I feel like, and Marvel's just like creating so many variations of all their characters, like Spider-Man and stuff like that. And I'm not stupid. I know what's going on here. It's a weird copyright thing. So, like, you know, if you go to do your own version of Spider-Man, they can take you to court now. You do your own version of Hulk, they can take you to court now. Now, when I say do your own version, like, I'm talking about an original inspired take, right? But where Marvel is doing, like, you know, like 30 variations of one character. I mean, like with Spider-Man, you got the different versions of Spider-Man, including Miles Morales, and then, you know, Spider-Man 2099 and all this other stuff. But then you also got Spider-Gwen, and there might be Ghost Spider. I can't remember all of them. There's a lot, and they've introduced quite a few just here in a little bit. You know, they got Liberace Spider-Man. I can't remember what he's called. I'm not being a snarky when I say that. I just can't remember what he's called. You know. But a bunch of them, and all this stuff is like to, in my opinion, prevent people from doing their own unique design, you know, and they're doing it with all the characters. So it's just a way to prevent people, indie comics people, from creating their own unique versions that are legally safe, you know, in my opinion. You know, that's in one of the comments, it's brought up She-Hulk, and I get to that in a second. But like She-Hulk, I don't know if a lot of you know this, but when you know, Hulk, they had the Hulk TV show back in the late 70s, early 80s. Good show. And I'm not sure on my history. I need to refresh it. But like at the time, you know, you had stuff like the $1 Million Man, right? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, $1 Million Man may have been based off a book or something like that. I can't remember, but it was based off of something else. And I don't know the network. It might have been CBS or NBC, whoever it was. That network, you know, had the rights to make that TV series based off a book or whatever it was. And it became super popular. It was a big ratings hit. And I think within that show, they may have introduced the Bionic Woman. And the Bionic Woman is not owned by the original copyright owner, you know, whoever wrote the book or whatever it was. The Bionic Woman was the creation of either CBS or NBC. So what they did was they took that and gave her her own show. And so now they didn't have to pay any royalties or anything. That is a character 100% owned by that network. And see, Stan Lee, smart guy, incredibly smart guy. He saw that and he started thinking, oh, shoot, you know, we've got a whole TV show. What is stopping some other network from coming out with their own Hulk, like a female Hulk? So they created She-Hulk as a way to maintain a full protected copyright on the word Hulk, as well as the Hulk character. So you can't do a green man that's really strong or a green woman that's really strong. You see that now? And Marvel is doing that same thing now, but they're doing it on steroids. They're taking it way too far, creating all these characters that they're never going to do anything with, that they're never going to fully develop or anything. And they're oversaturating the market with all these new characters that are variants instead of like brand new characters. They're creating all these variants of already existing characters, saturating the market and just like killing it. They're killing the market. Because like if you did this, if you created a variant of a character every once in a blue moon, it makes it special. But when you're doing it every month, seems like, and there's like 10 of them, then what makes being a variant of a popular character interesting or cool? You know, I don't see the payoff. But if you were to ask me, which Hulk is better, green, gray, red, blue, black, or Weapon H, I'm going to go with green. I'm a fan of the Green Hulk. Gray Hulk's cool too. And you know, the Red Hulk for a short time, in my opinion, was cool when Jeff Loeb was writing it and they were doing a big mystery about who the Red Hulk is. But after that, I lost interest because then it just got wacky doodle, and that's when Marvel really went off the rails with the renumbering and stuff. Hate that. It sucked. But I guess why I'm one of those guys now, talking about what sucks. But I promise I won't do 10 videos in a row of one topic about why something sucks. But I like the dumb Hulk, Green Hulk. I like all the versions of Green Hulk, even the smart version, you know, the banner version. That's cool too. The Incredible Hulk's one of my all-time favorite characters. I would love to draw that one day. Don't know if that will ever happen, but I would love to do it professionally. I've been told that I'm a liberal, constitutionalistic libertarian, but I say that I just say that I'm my own brand of crazy. Wonderful. Yes, I like that. 10 to 1. So 10 is greater than 1. Okay. All right, I get it now. So 10 is greater than 1. I see that. See, the crocodile mouth always threw me off because I felt like the crocodile was eating the thing that was great, that was lesser. But now I see that the pointing thing, okay. Trick question, it's She-Hulk. Disclaimer: I've not seen the new She-Hulk TV show. I hope I'm not boring you guys. I've not really colored anything, but sometimes when I'm on a topic, it's kind of hard to talk. But let me tell you about the new She-Hulk show, and I will attempt to color if Jens will allow me, and then I'll go back to answering questions. Okay, I watched the first episode of the She-Hulk show, and I'm going to surprise you with something. I liked it. And I'll tell you why I liked it, and I'll tell you my problems with it. Well, first of all, shoot, we don't want to erase. Where's our? Okay, here we go. All right, why I liked it? Well, I feel that the special effects was improved a little bit from what we saw in the trailers. Now, in the trailers, the CGI looked a little wonky. And when you watch the show, it is still a little wonky here and there. But about what I figured once I started watching it, this is something I expected, that if you have a good enough story, you will ignore slightly wonky CGI. Unless it's atrocious, then the CGI will take you out of it. I do feel that the CGI is good enough in that first episode where you will ignore the bad elements to it. I think CGI She-Hulk looks good. I think she does do justice overall to the character. I like the actor. Now, when I say I like the actor, I don't mean personally. I just think the actress did a good job playing Jen Walters or whatever. I can't remember her name, the She-Hulk name. I think she did a good job doing that. Mark Ruffalo, I think that's his name, did a good job as always doing Hulk. I really like his him as Bruce Banner. I'm very disappointed though, because if you want to be upset about Marvel about something, then be upset about the way they've done poor old Hulk. You know, I remember in one of the Avengers Ultron, I guess that's what it was. They had Iron Man beat the crap out of Hulk. The strongest Avenger gets beaten up by Iron Man, a man in a suit. I mean, I understand he's got the Hulkbuster armor, but I just felt that was so lame. And then the poor guy gets beat up again by Thanos, which I understand Thanos is supposed to be the big baddie, but you know, and then they have him get beat up by Thor and Thor Ragnarok, which some would be like, no, CB, because at the end of it, he was stomping and knocked out Thor. Well, that's only after Thor was trying to stop beating up Hulk and kind of convince him, and thought that Hulk was now on his side or something like that. So like, it's really not a Hulk victory at all. It's just basically Thor was not invested in beating up Hulk. And so they got this character. It's one of the most powerful characters in the Marvel Universe, and basically everybody and their mother can beat up Hulk. The only person that Hulk is able to whip is Loki for a payoff or a joke, which is lame. Here I am talking about things that we hate, but I can't help it. Can't help it. I'm just using it as an example of contrast of something. Like, if you're going to be aggravated about something, be aggravated about that. They've yet to do like a really great, Hulk movie. I felt like, what is that guy's name? Edward Norton. I thought the Edward Norton Hulk movie was pretty good. I thought they did a good job with that. I just wish, that when they did the Edward Hulk Norton movie, that they had, Hulk talking more in it. I mean, he talked a little bit, But I love, like, in the Marvel Studios films with the Avengers, one thing that they got right about Hulk is that, they had him talking. They had the dumb Hulk. I love the dumb Hulk. And so, we never got a proper Hulk movie, I feel like. But anyway, She-Hulk is what we're talking about here. So I like Mark Ruffalo's Hulk. He's doing the smart Hulk here, doing a good job of it. Like the actress that plays She-Hulk. The CGI is tolerable. At times it does get wonky, but you can overlook that because the story's, I think, good enough. Now the pacing is pretty good. So if you're not somebody that's patient with the boring parts, you're not going to be bored for long because it's got good pacing, lots of action, and lots of interesting things happening. It has humor in it, like the comic books, and she does talk to the audience. She does that pre-Deadpool stuff where she's breaking the fourth wall. So you got a little bit of that in there. They got the lawyer aspect that that they do in the modern sense. So you got that going on. So that's cool too. Let's see. The way that she gets her She-Hulk powers is, it's not exactly 100% true to the comic, but it's still in the spirit, I think, and it's interesting. And I like how they explain later on, how that would work, because they do explain how it works, that she got the powers that she got, and the way that they explain it, they also explain why it would not work for anybody else. So, like, if I got a blood transfusion from Bruce Banner, I would not become the Hulk. I would get, regrettably, cancer. So, or I would just die on the spot, because of the gamma radiated blood. But because Jenna's family and she has certain genetics, her body is able to basically turn into a Hulk. So it's interesting. I like that. I like how they did that. Other people might not, but I thought it was a pretty cool way to explain that away. Let's see. What is some other stuff I liked about the first episode? I'm thinking. I'm kind of running out of things. Thought the story overall was good. I thought it was fun. And that's it. That's my takeaway of all the good stuff about She-Hulk. Now let me talk about the bad stuff. Let me regale you with what I thought sucked, so I can be a hypocrite on this show. Well, first of all, I think we need to get out of the way the thing that everybody's talking about on Twitter. If you don't have Twitter, that's okay. I'll tell you what they're all saying. Everybody on Twitter is talking about this quote that she says in the show, where her and Hulk are sitting and they're in a yoga pose, or they're in the it might be the lotus pose. I don't know. They're sitting like Native Americans. Okay, they're sitting like Native Americans, and they're having a conversation. And he's trying to tell her that it's a big responsibility for being a Hulk, and she needs to take it serious, and that she has to make sure that she's in control of her anger, because bad stuff can come out of it. There's consequences. And she starts talking and saying stuff like, well, I'm actually angry all the time, and I have to control my anger all the time because I have to deal with men that tell me, that explain my job to me as if I know nothing. I'm putting in a little extra words in there, and I don't mean to. And also, I had to deal with cat calling, and she named off one other thing, and it was along the same lines of that. So basically, how men repress her and make her life suck. Um, I did not like that. I didn't totally hate it, but I think it's probably where I'm kind of conditioned because there's a lot of that type of dialogue in movies nowadays and TV shows. You just kind of get beat over the head with it, with a hammer, and you just kind of get used to it. Or, well, some people never get used to it because they're like, ah. But for me, I'm just like, I'm laying there all bloodied. I got blood just squirting out everywhere. I'm like I said, I'm finished. I've tapped out. Um, and so that's kind of the deal with that. But the reason that I tolerated it was because if you look on Hulk's face, and I'm so glad that the CGI effects people did this, because had they not, it'd make it harder for me to watch the show further. But they had Hulk given a very skeptical, humorous face, like, really, that's your big claim to fame, really, like that's your problems that you have to deal with in life. And it's just like a lot of the memes that people point out. If you're not a fan of the Hulk comic, you won't understand this, but Bruce Banner has multiple personality disorder. He's like schizophrenic. That's a tough way to live. His father killed his mother. His father would look at Bruce Banner, and he always called him a monster and treated him like garbage. He has daddy issues to a severe degree. His father-in-law has literally tried to kill him through most of his adult life and separating him from his wife, which is his Betty Ross. He has had to deal with the death, which a lot of this is not in the. Some of this is in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and other parts of it ain't. In the comic book, his wife dies. Betty. They eventually bring her back though at some point, but in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he's had people, chase him, the military chase him, hunt him down with tanks, uh, and he's lost his private life, and he's forgone it, to protect regular people, because the Hulk is dangerous because of his strength, Anyway, whatever, cat calling and stuff like that, and men issues that Jen's having, what Bruce has been legit in his life, comic book wise and Marvel Cinematic Universe wise, trumps anything that she's been through. Unless they add more to it, that we've not seen in the show yet. But in that first episode, like, it's laughable. And so I'm glad that that's the kind of expression that Hulk gave the whole time she's giving this speech. And had not the CGI artist put in there, it'd make it hard for me to watch. And also the way that I'm taking it is that, and the way that I'm choosing to take it is that She-Hulk is like the whole Banner Walters family. I don't know which side that She-Hulk is Hulk's cousin from. I don't know if it's on his mother or father's side, but I'm choosing to look at it is that they're all crazy people. He's schizophrenic and stuff like that. I'm willing to bet that, the way I would look at it as a writer, that she's a little crazy too. They're eccentric people. They are who they are. And so that by looking at it that way, it also makes it more, tolerable for me, The other negative is, She-Hulk is a bit whiny at times in this show. She's a bit of a whiner. Woe is me. Look at me. So, and some of you be like, but CB, you know, what's wrong with that? Because, life is rough and sometimes you got to whine and complain just like you. That's true. But you want your heroes. I mean, like Marvel heroes are flawed. That is absolutely true. That was one of the appeals of Marvel heroes when they came out. But I just want to say that, and I just want to remind everybody that on some level, the heroes, comic book heroes, cinematic heroes, need to be different from you and I. They cannot be exactly the same, even with flaws. They have to be better than we are, right? Otherwise, then if they're just the same as us, why even bother watching them? I can look at myself in the mirror. I can look at Joe Blow that I work with or something like that. I don't need to see every day. I want to see the extraordinary. And part of the extraordinary, in my opinion, is seeing heroes and heroines or whatever that are better than us, that strive to do greater, to go that extra mile. And I just don't want to see whiny heroes, that are constantly whining. It's okay, a little bit of whining here and there, but She-Hulk is definitely on the whiny side, And I understand that in the hero's journey, she's being reluctant and she doesn't want this role that she's given. I get that. But I also want to point out there's a way to do it where it's not obnoxious. So that's something to think about. And there's a lot of writing problems these days where writers seem to have forgotten how to do that. How to take negatives of a character and display it in such a way to where it's not a turnoff, And when I say turnoff, I mean like where it's not pushing your audience away from the characters to toward them, because she is the star of the show. But to me, some of you may think different, but the Hulk CGI, the expression on his face when she is doing her little pity stories, does save the day. But that's just the first episode. When the second episode hits, it probably might go downhill from there. I don't know. Other people may point out, but CB, didn't you see the image of She-Hulk at the beginning when she's Jim Walters, whatever her name is, where she's in her lawyer's office and you see Ruth Bader Ginsburg little statue and a UCLA diploma or cup or something. Or is it ACLU? Might be ACL. I want to say UCLA. There might be an ACLU thing on there. And it's very, very strong liberal icons and liberal things on there and stuff like that. And my rebuttal to that is like, in my opinion, I'd say most lawyers are probably very liberal to begin with. So that's probably very, very realistic, and I have no problems with, She-Hulk's political affiliations or anything. And she doesn't really talk about that stuff, so that's just a background image, so I ain't got no problem with that. I do wish she wouldn't be so whiny though. But the cool thing is she does have a funny, charming side, and that's the thing that really sticks out to me in the show. But I think a lot of people that's very embedded in the culture war, it's hard for them to overlook this stuff because they see it in their mind for what it is, and they just see it as more stuff that's part of the culture war that they have to fight against. And I get that. I understand that, I just think that I'm just burnt out on the whole business, just burnt out. So anyway, long story short, I do recommend you watch the first episode of She-Hulk. It is good. I'm not going to say it's like the most mind-blowingly great thing ever was or anything like that. But it's worth watching. Now, will the second episode be worth watching? I don't know. A lot of the new Marvel stuff that's been coming out, it's been very hit and miss for me. I did not enjoy Thor: Love and Thunder. I didn't hate it, but I didn't enjoy it. To me, it was a big step back from Thor Ragnarok. They rushed a lot of stuff. They wasted one of the best Thor villains, one of the best Marvel villains ever. I mean, not that that villain was particularly like the greatest ever, but you know, he's a god killer, so that should tell you something. Wasted him. Um, and then you go like, you know, I watched like the half of the episodes of Falcon Winter Soldier, and they botched that. That would have been really cool. Because they started going wacky doodle places with that. Um, half of WandaVision started getting hard to watch. I'm so glad that they did what they did with Doctor Strange and not the Mountains of Madness, but the what do you call it? The something of Madness, the Multiverse of Madness. And I don't want to spoil it, but they kind of, I'm glad they went the route what they went with Wanda in that, because if they didn't, then it's like, oh gosh, not buying what you're selling there, buddy. um, this stuff also extends over into Star Wars. What everything at Disney's running, but that's a whole different thing. But the phase, what is it? Phase 4, phase 2? I don't know what you call it, what phase we're in. But this phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is really going downhill quick. They're rushing things. They're not the love and care that went into the first iteration of the MCU has went out the window. I like how this has turned out. I think it looks pretty good. Wonder if I should put two tones in it. Let me answer some comments. I wonder if anybody's left here. Nelly Singh says, or it could be Venom Hulk. Venom Hulk looks really cool. And that would be one of these things that would be cool, little storyline, story arc, But Marvel is doing like so many crazy wacky doodle things, every month. And you would think that would be a good selling point, but it's not, because it's like modern Marvel is very much like Howard Stern writing comics. It's shock jock stuff, it's nobody's reeling in the reins and saying, hey, even though Frankencastle is a cool story, maybe we shouldn't make this part of our continuity. Maybe this should be like an Elseworld, a what if book, because, the whole appeal of Punisher is that he is a regular guy and he has guns and he's just going out killing people that are bad. That's what makes that book work. And even though it's cool, having him become a Frankenstein type of monster with guns, teaming up with other monsters is like night and day. Now you've made him into a super powered thing. I love Rick Remender's writing. He's one of my favorite writers. We have a similar writing style, which well, I shouldn't say that. That sounds very narcissistic because I don't have a big body of work. My body works like, see this split between my hands. That's my body of work. But But I have stories in my head. Let me just put it that way. And a lot of the stories that I have and the beats that they go in my head is very similar to Rick Remender's. But, on paper, probably totally different. Probably on my beats are more like an amateur as it should be. Who knows? But anyway, yeah, Marvel. It's what they went crazy. They went wacky doodle. Good. Professor Hulk was fun. Yeah, I remember the first Smart Hulk that they had was back when Sal Buscema, one of my favorite Hulk artists, one of my favorite artists, was drawing Hulk, and I also had this Bill Manilow. Loved Bill Manilow's writing. He was writing Hulk at the time, and I think they did one of the first iterations of the Smart Hulk, and later on, Peter David did a cool version of the Smart Hulk, which really should be renamed the Witty Hulk. That's when he became witty. He had a lot of puns. CB drama, everything sucks. That's right. Put that on a t-shirt. Hope the new Blade is going to be good, and the new Spawn, Jamie Foxx. Yeah, I do too. We're kind of curious what they do with it. At this point, I think with the Marvel Studios stuff, my viewpoint is like, I hope everybody doesn't get their hopes up, because if you watch Marvel Endgame, at the end of it, they kind of show you the direction that they're going in, which is very, very forced and not organic and natural. And they just, and it's pretty much what they've done with all the new stuff. Everything's been hit and miss. Some of the stuff's not landed at all, and some stuff sort of has. But overall, the biggest thing is the writing. All the new Marvel stuff, the MCU stuff's writing is just it's been subpar sometimes. And that's a shame, because now they're just like, I feel like they're not even trying sometimes. Sometimes they are, but they're still missing the mark. I like the Loki TV series. Thought that was pretty good. The female Loki, she was all right most of the time, but then she kind of got a little annoying there toward the end, which is like dumb. I'm not going to tell you the dumb thing that she did at the end is really annoying, but whatever. But they had to do that to move the story forward and basically to foreshadow the big baddie that is to come, Kang the Conqueror. But man, don't get your hopes up. And the new Spawn movie, like, gosh, I don't know what's going to happen with that, but Todd is wanting 100% control of Spawn, and he's basically wanting to make it a horror movie where Spawn's more like Jaws, and we're kind of seeing the after effects of a lot of the stuff he's doing, and it's going to be hard to pull off, because I don't think it's going to work that way. I mean, it could if you like a Quentin Tarantino and you made it really interesting. I don't have faith in Todd to pull that off. I just think that they need to just do 90 Spawn. Just tell that Spawn story. And they did that in the first movie, but some of the CGI hurt it a little bit, but it was good for the time overall. Good casting, good story and stuff. A lot to build on, really. I don't see why they didn't do a second movie. Who knows? Maybe it just didn't make its money. I don't know. But I feel like, the direction that Todd's wanting to go was artsy fartsy, and I don't think it's going to work. But who knows? How can you bring Logan back? The Iron Man snap brings him back, or the multiverse, or the blood transfusion from his daughter X-22. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Well, I'm not sure. I don't think X-22 is his daughter. I thought I might be wrong on this. It isn't X. No, wait a minute. You're talking about the cinematic. Cinematic. Well, but I think even the cinematic one is his clone too. Can't remember. But anyway, yeah, they could bring Logan back with the Iron Man snap. But maybe the Iron Man snap only works in that reality because if you look at the Loki TV show, that there are Infinity Gems for every reality. Basically, they just keep them in a drawer. They're like junk to them because that's not the ultimate power in the universe or whatever. And so the Thanos snap may not cross all realities, even though it kind of defeats the purpose of having like Infinity Gems. I feel like it to a certain degree, but it's not like a deal breaker with me. Um, the multiverse probably the best way to do it. But I don't know. I think what they'll end up doing is they'll recast Logan. They'll recast Wolverine with somebody else. You know who my top pick for the new Wolverine is? Even though I feel like I forgot his name, the guy that plays Wolverine. Love that actor. He's a great actor. But even though he did a great job as Wolverine and really grew into that role, and just kept doing better and better, I would like to see You ever seen the movie The Watchmen? The guy who played Rorschach. I want him to play Wolverine because he's the same height as Wolverine in the comics, and also he's got that voice. Just listen to Rorschach's voice, and just picture him saying "bub." I even did a video about it, and I did a mock-up of him, what he would look like with the hair, and he looked an awful lot like Wolverine. And so I like to see him be Wolverine in the recasting. I mean, we'll always have the 6, 7, 10 movies with that actor that played Wolverine and all that other stuff. But that's what I'd like to see. But I really, at this point, I don't have faith in the new MCU. I think it's dead. I think it's going to be hit and miss from now on. I think Fantastic Four will be hit and miss. I think X-Men will be hit and miss. I think we'll get some really cool stuff here and there, but it won't be the same, Got to run and get back to working later, folks. Well, thanks for tuning in, Tank. I know you won't see this, because you're probably long gone by now, but much love, brother. Brother. See you, Tank. Pleasure meeting you. All right, let's get back to whatever the heck this thing is that I'm working on. Yeah, maybe I'll add a two-tone color. So let me just add a new layer and multiply. Let's see what we can do here. Go a little darker. You know what? Instead of doing that, let's pick the color black. Let's do that, and let's just lower the opacity to about 36%, and then let's just try that. That way we can get some shadows in here, and I don't have to pick secondary colors. Ctrl Z. I think this has been an interesting show. I mean, what do you guys think? Talking about workers' rights, talking about culture war, and talking about the whole freaking getting sick of the whole drama streams, comic book drama streams, you know, and the comic book drama videos, you know. You know, yeah, I'm also tired of all the comic book pros that, and I don't care what side of the spectrum they sit on, and as far as their politics or their beliefs, I'm just sick of them going crazy. You know, you know, I just wish that they would just go back to focusing on comics, you know, instead of getting on Twitter and Facebook and on their YouTube channels and opining about why everything sucks. And I get it, you know, some of that stuff's important, you know, has merit as to their beliefs, but man, it does get old. That stuff gets really old sometimes, you know. Sucking the fun out of the comics. And what we want to do is we want to put the fun back, that fun back in the comics. Not take it out, put it back. We got to preserve it for future generations, you know. Otherwise, the hobby won't survive, you know. Yeah, I like how this is turning out. I think that looks pretty cool. Let's see. I don't know why I did the ear thing, but it looks. I think it still looks good. Two-tone colors is definitely what we needed to really make this pop just a little bit more. We need to draw a little happy little cloud here. A little rainbow. Little rainbow colors. Yeah, let's put this right through here. You know, I think it's pretty late to mention this in the video, but you know, maybe like in the next video I can fully address it. But some exciting news, comic book news. How about some things that we love? How about we talk about that for a second? Because have you guys heard about this? Mark Silvestri, former Wolverine artist, X-Men artist, uh, former artist on Cyberforce in the Darkness. That guy, you know, remember him? He he's been working on a Batman comic book for like 10 years. I don't know when he got started. It might have been like 2015 or something. It was sometime or another. But yeah, he's done. He's done like 7 issues of it. You know, so this thing is like drawn and it's inked, it's colored and it's lettered. It's the whole thing's done. Should be anyway. And it's coming out now within like a month or two, or maybe in November. I don't know. Maybe in September. I have no idea when this freaking book's coming out. I kind of like the premise, but then I kind of don't, you know, because like the whole Mark Silvestri thing, the whole Batman story is a Batman Joker team up story. And you know, for me, I was kind of hoping it would just be like a Batman detective story purely with Batman, you know, looking at stuff. But, you know, that's just me being pessimistic. I'm looking forward to being pleasantly, you know, surprised and seeing what Mark Silvestri's got up his sleeve, you know. I'm sure it's something cool. I hope it's something cool. I don't know. I'm not sure it's something cool. I don't know that. But we will see. We will see. There we go. Much better, much better. I think this drawing is looking a lot, good. Looking a lot good. That's some good English, CB. That's just what people want to hear.
That drawing's looking a lot good. That's a good looking drawing you got there, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Let me hit save because, the power could go out or anything, because I'm very famous for my technical difficulties. I will say that I am backing up everything on my memory stick. I like to have a cloud set up, like a good cloud, not Google or Yahoo, but some other free service where I can just start saving stuff to that too. So I have a third option to save all my crap, because you never know what happens. So I'm going to try something here. Let's see if this works. Let's go file. What I want to do is I want to see if I can get the everything to wrap around it. It's wrap around mode. Oh my gosh! Well. We've learned something new today, didn't we? Okay. All right, let's go. Let's see here. I'm gonna sit up and drink some water. Trim the image size. That did nothing. Control Z. Image. Trim the current layer. Okay, what the heck is all that crap? Control Z. Shear image. No, let's not do that. Scale image to new size. No, cancel culture that. What's offset image? Nope. Cancel. Let's try. Oh gosh, I don't know. All right, how about we do this? Check this out. I'm going to draw a thing around this, and then we're going to see if we can make this happen. Because I believe in myself, and then need no one else. Oh, do you believe in love after love? Me. Cher's big comeback hit and then disappeared. A big song there for a while, surprisingly. And then you had Madonna coming out. She had her own little thing where she's really heavy into the Cabal or whatever, or the Jewish mysticism, Jewish magic. She had that video where she had all that writing and stuff on her arms. All right. Let's see, view, image, trim the selection, image, trim the image size. Nope. Control Z. Image, trim the current layer. Control Z. Okay, well, I guess that's as good as it's going to get. I guess it's not going to get smug around it. That ain't right, is it? Man. I better wake up because there's people coming in here to hang out. These early mornings, man. I'm not an early morning person. I'm getting used to it, and I hate it. I'm about drunk on my tea. I'm starting to drink all my water. Toss that to the side. Sic parvis magna. Greatness from small beginnings. All right, let's look at some of these comments. I was thinking before I get in these comments, like, you see how I got this outline around Wildcat here. I wonder if, like I could put a black outline or something around that, or if what I would like to do is to get rid of a lot of these squares and then just have this focused all around him. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm not that smart. You have to forgive me. I'm awful sorry, Mickey. I'm not that smart. I'm not a smart man. I'm glad you're making your own universe of heroes, CB, with good original storylines and characters different from the woke agenda storylines. Yeah, I just want to tell great stories. I'll have characters that are liberal and conservatives, and characters that are neither. And most characters you'll never know what they are. Because my whole thing is like, when you read one of my comics, I just want you to walk away having fun. That doesn't mean that I won't address like important issues ever so often, but I'm not going to beat you over the head with a hammer with it. Where my comics become nothing more than ideology pamphlets. For what's popular of the day. I just escapism. And there are examples of comics that did address issues of the day, like Green Lantern and Green Arrow, when they were tag team together. They did a lot of cool stuff. Or then you got that iconic issue of Superman where I think that guy's name was Blood something other. Yeah, it's really awesome cover where he's got that magnificent gun and he's like a Vietnam veteran. And I mean, so there's room for things in comics, but there's a way to do it where you're not beating people over the head with it, and you're not telling the viewer, the reader of the comic, how much they suck. There's a way to do things, but I just want to tell great stories. That's all I want to do. So it's what I'm trying to do. I don't know if I've done that yet. Hopefully whenever the anthology comes out, that'd be the start of it. Where people will be like, "Oh, this is good. This is good." Hugh Jackman is Wolverine. Thank you, Nelly. That's who I was trying to, say a while ago. The actor, Hugh Jackman, really good actor. Some of my favorite movies by Human Jackman. Need that shirt today. But Human Jackman. I like that Real Steel. That's a great movie. I mean, it's almost like the same movie as Sylvester Stallone's Over the Top, but it's original at the same time, And Real Steel, you need to watch it. It's that movie's got a lot of heart in it. It's a really good movie, and I also like Hugh Jackman in what's under the sea? What is that movie? It's a movie about magicians. Let me just Google this, because now I'm going to be a butt. Hugh Jackman, magician. The Prestige. It came out in 2006, and it was written and directed by that Nolan guy. Let me click this Google link. Google will tell me all. Come on now. What is that director's name? You think it'd have it listed? Oh, Christopher Nolan, awesome! It's awesome movies. It's one of the best Christopher Nolan movies. It's one of the best movies. It's just a really great movie. If you not watched The Prestige, it's got Hugh Jackman in it. You're missing out on life. That is a great movie. It's really cool. It's a good movie. Ah, our most excellent friend Adam Lore is here with us. He says, "Hey CB, hello, hello, hello. Good stream, CB. You like? Well, thank you. I think it's been a good stream too. But you never know. Every time I talk about semi-controversial things, and I'm very PC PG about it, people just nope out. Like, I ain't watching this show no more. So I don't know, but I can't. I can't always be a fence sitter and all this other stuff. Even though like sort of am unintentionally. Adam writes, Sylvester Batman sounds like it would be pretty cool. It is cool. Like his art that he's previewed over the years, which is like three to 4 pages, is magnificent. Some of the best Sylvester art today. And he's really gotten into this very sketchy art style that he's embracing, and it's interesting. I saw a lot of people ape that from those 4 images. They've aped that sketchy art style, and it's I mean, might as well. That's pretty much what people did, in the '90s. Like Arthur Adams was only putting out like 2 or 3 books a year, and so like basically Todd McFarlane, Rob Liefeld, and Jim Lee, Eric Larson's like, hey, so Arthur Adams just putting out 2 or 3 books a year. Well, we'll give people Arthur Adams every single month. I mean, every one of those guys studied and riffed and lifted up stuff off of Arthur Adams, and he was like the jet fuel for what would be the Image founders in terms of their art style, in the beginning. I don't know how in the world I got talking about that, and I'm talking about Sylvester's Batman. I forgot. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nice CB, Strike Force, Switchblade, X Factor Artist 2. Oh, he drew X Factor? Huh. Learn something new every day. Greetings, sinners. Just got up. How are you doing? 3 hours streaming. Dang. I'm trying to compete with Adam Lore with his epic 20-hour streams. I can't compete with that. So you just have to settle for my 3 hours. Well, I got to talking, and that's mostly what the streams turned into. Like, I managed to color this chibi Wildcat. I'm glad that you're here. It's been forever since I talked to you. I hope you're doing well, and you're like 2 or 3 books into your book right now. It's very impressive, and your art just keeps getting better too. Really good. CB, we're doing karaoke night next week. Well, I may try to hop on if I'm still awake. I'm slurring my words now. I'm still awake. Chibi Wildcat looks cool. Well, thank you. I promoted the cards earlier. Like 30 minutes into 20 minutes into the show. Like, told everybody about the sketch cards and all this stuff I was planning to put on Indiegogo, and how Fish Boy is mine. It's going into my pocket. All the other cards are up for purchase on the Indiegogo. Not yet. I still have to take pictures with my phone, upload it to the computer, edit it, and make it into a and put it on Indiegogo. That whole bit. I just haven't got around to it because I'm been working on these pages. Like right now I'm doing this is like a sticker that will or whatever that hopefully, maybe if I could get it done in time, I'll make it as a thing that I might give away in the Anthology Indiegogo campaign thing. Pum 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 pum. Mommy Donna with all the surgeries. Future is bright, but not quite there yet. Put that on a t-shirt. I'm behind on the Wildcat story. I have 4 pages. You need to draw faster, Frank. Time is running out. Much faster. Right now, we are down to 1 contributor who is nameless. We're just waiting on that contributor. Well, no, 2 contributors. You gotta count me. But just to recap, let me show stuff here. Let me blow some minds. I did mathematics earlier. Not the best man for the job on that. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to share a screen. Going to share the screen. Here we go. All right, you guys see that? I promise I won't go super thorough into it like I did last time, but I just want to show everybody that what it is that I'm working on and what we've got done. What we've got done. Very crudely, pretty much all this right here is my contribution to the anthology. Roughly 20 pages of the Dr. Terror Wildcat story. And if we look here, we've got 8 pages of Abe and Peter and Allison's Wildcat contribution. Okay, and all the stuff that I'm mentioning, this is the finished folder. This is stuff that's done. It's done. It's in the can. And then if we look over here, we've got Sideburns, and he's got his epic 13 pages trying to one up everybody. But not today, Mr. Anthology. Not today, Mr. Sideburns, because I got you beat. You're not catching up with me. You tried. But you came up short. But you came up short. It's much appreciated because I love those 13 pages. But his 13 pages in the can, finished. And then we get down here, and this is the B.W. Sims Wildcat contribution, which I drew. You know, so we got these 8 pages in the can, done, finished. And then we got R.J. Johnston's contribution, 8 pages in the can, finished. And then we got Jan's. We got Jan's, 8 pages in the can, finished, which brings us to a wonderful total of 65 pages that are totally done, totally finished in the finished folder. That's not including the 3 or 4 advertisements that I've gotten done. We'll go ahead and say 3 that needs to go in this folder. Let me hit the back button. So it brings us up to 68 pages that are totally finished. And what we do now is I'm going to show you. Hopefully you can still see. This is my Wildcat Anthology folder. Some of this stuff is things that inspire me and things that used for reference, and other stuff is original files. I know what everything is. It's very crazy looking, you know. Let me see here. I wonder if this will pull up if I click on it. Will you be able to see it? I doubt it. Let's see. No, you won't see it. Sorry. But yeah, that's something that would go almost in the finished thing, but I'm waiting on the final contributions from myself and also from somebody else. And this will be like the table of contents crap thing. Where am I at here? Well, there's a reason why I had this pulled up. Let's go show somebody something. There's a trading card I made. Looks pretty cool. I forgot why I was in this photo in the first place. But anyway, Chainsaw Ninjas. That's what I was going to show you. So this is the thing that I got to finish. Okay. So remember, I told you that we got 68 pages that are completed and done. They're in the can of the 80-page anthology. Right now, I've got, I think it's 4 pages out of 12. 4 pages out of 12. So we say plus 4. We've got 72 pages of the anthology done. So 12, 11, 10, 9. So once I get done with 9 pages, that brings us to 81 pages, give or take. I feel like it's more. See, 60, 65. Let's do this again. I felt like the pages were bigger before. Let's see, 65 plus. Oh, yeah, I didn't. Well, maybe I did. I don't know. It doesn't matter. So yeah. So that's what I'm working on right now, and getting everything lettered. Sorry, I went through this whole big thing. I just figured I'd show everybody. So the point is, draw faster. I want to try to get everything in the can no later than September. I want to get it done like very quickly, and then on October I want to be fulfilling. One thing scary about it is that there's a paper shortage. Like a couple months ago, I don't know if that's been worked out yet, but we'll see. What time is it? Kentucky time. It is 4:51 a.m. Running some dolly experiments. Aliens want to see something cool? I'll show you something cool.
I'll show you something cool.
Make sure it's pulled up. Okay, yeah, it's working. For those that don't know, that the DALL-E stuff it's AI made art, and I've got my own AI made art. Got my own, and I'm going to show you and blow your mind, blow it away. If I can find it, where's it at here? And that's, oh, here it is. There we go. You guys see this? This is my AI art. And, it's all based on prompts that I've typed in and stuff like that. And I actually got like the storylines that I've created, and nobody else on Nightcap Studio was doing this until I did it. So yes, I'm going to be one of those people that plugs himself hard, because it's true. This is absolutely true. Like one of the problems with AI art when it comes out really abstract is like giving it value. How do you give it value? You give it value by giving it meaning. How do you give it meaning? You got to give it story. You got to turn your Stan Lee on and give these images meaning. And so what I did was I created the New American Landscape post Cthulhu world. So basically, this Lovecraftian monster named Cthulhu rises from the ocean, and he takes over the world, and so does all these Lovecraftian monsters and gods and creatures or whatever, and basically creates this post-apocalypse, and civilization collapses, and we see what springs up from that. And I created the stories based on that, and also it warps reality. Another thing that's tied into this is Neil Armstrong is lost in time and space, and he's trying to make his way back home. And also in the post-apocalyptic, the new American landscape, post-Cthulhu world, we have this last survivors of humanity called the last men, and the last men are fighting back against this Cthulhu world. And there's these competing lesser gods, the Lovecraftian gods, that are trying to usurp or claim Cthulhu's throne. And so I'll show you a couple of these. They're pretty interesting. Let me enlarge them. So in this one, it says, Fire Witch Solomon Ra sets fire to the unbelievers of Cthulhu. So, this is one of the many servants of Cthulhu, and this is Solomon Ra. Take a look at this one. Carl of Granny's Branch has had enough of this Cthulhu blank, and Carl is slain like some type of monster. All the dumb names they come up with. I don't know if you even saw that. I guess I have to click on it. Sorry. Here's one. A pregnant fairy ghost offering to birth a human child for a barren woman, but like all things, there is a price. Here's another monstrosity from the post-Cthulhu world. Magul looking for children to feed his unending hunger. Come out, wherever you are. Race on Great Skazul. For if there is a red eye of Gazaran catches you, that will be the end of you. They cannot contain Shumara much longer. Blood will spill this day. Unholy altar of Gazaran. Foolish seekers of knowledge beware. I don't know if anyone's getting bored of this, but this is this little world I created by using AI trying to explain stuff. Do not attempt to answer this man or his lovely wife's 3 riddles. They are gibberish with no real answers. You are dead already. Soldiers of Cthulhu leave only death and destruction in their wake. The witch from the Order of Ozmaku tells the men it's safe to go inside. And these men got, hazmat suits on. And she's working with the last men, I would assume. The king in yellow returns to Earth once more, for Cthulhu arrives. Check this out. Blue barn apes are very expensive watchdogs in the new American landscape, post-Cthulhu. Chargon the Valiant protects his beautiful wife as she smears the blood of Dagolthra for protection against the dire witches. Salazar Art Nation says it's 3:35 a.m. here. I should sleep. You should, but you're here with me now. You belong to me. Sure, really. Wow, CB. I worked with her on a fundraiser for military operation helmet. We raised $30,000 in 5 hours. Do you believe in life after love? That's what I worked in, fashion blended with music industry. Wow, that's really cool. I like how life has brought us full circle. That's really cool. That song was a really big comeback from her, but she just kind of disappeared after that. I mean, you still hear from her, but it's usually like, because like one or two of her children are transgender or something like it. Stuff like that is what you hear about her nowadays. But yeah, she had this whole techno album that blew up. It was good. It's a good song. I don't know about her album. It's really cool. Salazar Art Nation says, my next comic readers are dumb. #1 might not be well received. You'd be surprised. I would read that. I feel like it's right up my alley. This thing says, Sin Killer. Sal, Adam, hey. I like Real Steel and Over the Top. Those are both great movies. They are. They really are. Because they both deal with the same kind of theme about a father who's neglected his child and is forced to take responsibility, and then he realizes that his priorities in life are messed up and what's really important, and then the child and the father bond, and there's all this other cool stuff that's going on in the background that's pretty neat. Those are two movies that really have heart. If nobody's seen them, I really recommend you check them out, because it's everybody thinks about Rocky and stuff like that when they think of Stallone, and of course a lot of other stuff like Rambo too. But Over the Top's a real sleeper hit, and Real Steel is a lot the same way. It's one of these things that just kind of snuck in there, and I don't think people really watched it. And of course, The Prestige, another great movie by Hugh Jackman, Human Jackman. Love that movie. One of my favorite movies. Yes. Christopher Nolan, excellent director, writer, scripter. Christian Bale was in it too. So Wolverine versus Batman. Oh, I never thought of it that way. You're right. You're right. What right there? David Bowie is in there. I really love David Bowie as Nikola Tesla. It's really cool. Awesome casting. Arthur Adams. Yes, Arthur Adams is the bee's knees. He just keeps getting better. He's one of the people that when I decided to work on my women, I really sat down and studied Arthur Adams pretty hard. I was also looking at people like Loish. And then here lately, J. Scott Campbell. So, those three people are very influential. And then Art Germ a little bit too. But Loish, Arthur Adams, and J. Scott Campbell. And if I could just rip off one of them, I'd be fine with that, because I feel like, I draw my dudes kind of different, and then my backgrounds and all these other details. So when you combine all these things together, you start to kind of have your own kind of art style-y thing, I feel like. So I'm totally fine with ripping off the way I draw my women from some other artists, but it's not coming out that way though. I feel like I need to do it that way so I'll be successful, but everything's coming out differently. Hopefully it works out to my advantage, Joe. Scarlett Johansson in Prestige, Black Widow. Oh my gosh. You're right. You're right. You're blowing my mind, guys. We have to do a stream together. Who are you talking about doing a stream together? Are you talking about me or somebody else? If even if it's not directed at me, yeah, we'll do a stream together. There's a bunch of people I want to do a stream together with. I just I haven't gotten the habit of doing that on my channel yet. I always like doing these things where I can just be this guy that just sits there and talks, and I control the narrative or whatever. Maybe I'm a control freak. I don't know, but I just sit here um, and talk and try to make an entertaining show, and I don't have to worry about like so much of what I still worry about what I say a little bit, but forgot what I was saying. But so I guess it must not have been that important. It's like the singer Leonard Skinner, if you have to write down the lyrics, they're not worth remembering in the first place. If you can't remember it, they're probably not that great of lyrics to begin with. So I think in that spirit, maybe the same is true. If you can't remember what you was thinking beforehand, it's probably not that good of a thought to begin with. Adam says, nice. I wonder if he's you're talking about the post Cthulhu world, the new American landscape post Cthulhu world. Yeah, I'll show you a little bit more of that. Hopefully, I won't bore you too bad. Lord Cthulhu's soldiers march to the next city. The great port city of Trogonus slowly sinking in the sea. Yagbo drags his master's enemies across the endless plain. What I need to do is hit Ctrl plus 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 plus, and then you can actually see stuff. The wild beast entertains to Chagarians for meat and mead. What strange contorted dances he weaves. At night, some say he can be heard singing a lovely song of such note that human ears have not heard before. What does a Waguni sing about anyway? Of course, these are just rumors. And this is the Yaguni doing his dance, and then there's the people of the royal court, just watching. The aftermath of a struggle, a poor mother washing her daughter's favorite red cloak, suddenly forced to flee as the great Cthulhu draws near. If only our hero, Neil Armstrong, was here to save us. And so you see the remnants, you see the bubbles, and then the tub with the red cloak. The Green Knight illuminates Castle Black with his electric torch. Strange ghosts and ghouls guard the castle, making his quest for the Gamode that much more difficult. Though largely harmless, should a ghoul touch him, he may turn to stone. And this is all happening in the post-American landscape. In the new American landscape post-Cthulhu world. Occasionally, when traversing the new American landscape post-Cthulhu, one will encounter such mutated monstrosities such as this beast. Perhaps it was a wolf at some point. Regardless, it is quite harmless now, I think. So we see a mutated wolf. Gornoids do not like man's machines. No, they're not welcome here at reality's edge. And these are Gornoids, and this is some of the last men's machines. Gorilla Mandoon in his violent sex crime of merging. They could not face the child as he was slept eternally. From the mist he came, to the mist he must remain. Carpathia defeated and in ruin. Its lone inhabitants look on for one last time. Well, here's one about Neil Armstrong. Our hero Neil Armstrong has had enough. Trog, where is the talisman of fear? Will our hero ever make it home? Benji, forever burdened as the gatekeeper between this world and the land of Gazaray. What they don't tell you about the skies over Chicago O'Hare Airport is better left unsaid. The Sentinel of Cthulhu roams the Venetian skies, purging them of the last blimp cities of man. I guess that's good enough for that stuff. That's probably good. I've probably run off my audience, exhausted and deterred from CB's imagination, his machinations, his AI abominations. Sin Killer says disturbing, and I love it. Thank you. Me and AI Jack Kirby worked really hard on it. I gave AI Jack Kirby a few prompts, what I wanted, and he over delivers, and then he makes it hard on me to discern what the heck it is he created. And so I create even further. And so it's like a 50-50 partnership. If it wasn't a 50-50 partnership, if I didn't add anything to it, then it'd be like 90% AI Kirby, 10% me. But I feel like this is almost 50-50, at least 40% my contribution. But AI Kirby knocks it out of the park. Does a great job. Dark, haunting, frightening, chilling. Very exciting stuff, CB. Me like very much. Thank you. I was planning on using like a couple of the images and some new ones that I'm working on for a board game. And hear me out, okay? I've been wanting to make a board game that is a mixture between Risk and Monopoly. And I love those games, and it's time to bring them together. I'm going to bring them together. And there's probably a game it's already called this, but a working title is Dystopia, and it takes place in the in the new American landscape, in the post Cthulhu world, whatever. And there will be a world map in the middle that looks really old, and there'll be chance cards or whatever. They won't be called chance cards, but as you move around the board, the Monopoly section, you'll land on these things where you have to draw a card, and you'll see a lot of this imagery, and you know, the map will look different. Like California will be broken off in the United States. The ocean will separate the United States. A big chunk of the United States is wasteland, you know, and there's different governments and different everything. And you know, for example, like you'll have soldiers in the middle of the map when you take over a map or whatever. And when it's your turn to go, if you draw a card, and so like that card says like your soldiers contract gonorrhea, lose one soldier, you have to take one of the guys off the map. Or like, you could draw a card and it says presidential scandal or a scandal for the king or something like that. Get caught with a mistress, hurts the morale of your people, you lose something beneficial. Anyway, been wanting to do that for a while, make this game. And the thing that's holding me back is I have to sit there and draw all that crap. I have to probably need to draw anywhere from 100 to 150 images to use for the cards and for the board and all these different things, right? And the cool thing is, the AI through my guidance will save a lot of time because I need to focus on making comics, and maybe at some point when I can draw faster, I can do these other side projects. But the AI makes it possible for me to make this board game now, and I think it's going to be really cool. Whenever I get started on it, I'm going to use Midjourney as another AI. I mean, I'm using what is this thing called? Nightcap Studio. I'm also going to use Midjourney, but you have to pay for that or use all the free images, and I think it's worth it, so I'll do that. And after I get as many images as I need or want, I'll start putting it together. And I think it's a respectable way to use AI. Or is there a respectable way? I don't know. I think it's just really awesome looking artwork. AI Jack Kirby is awesome. He's one of my favorite artists. And it's a machine. It's a machine. It does great artwork. It's very cool. That's really cool what you're doing, Nightcap. Thank you. I think in a way I do wish more people would do it. In another way, I don't. In one way, I wish more people would add story to their AI creations because it gives it value and meaning. It makes it, instead of it being just directionless, abstract art, give it purpose. But on the other hand, I don't want to see people doing that because then my stuff won't be special. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. I look a lot at Loish in Ilya Kovyshinov. I can't pronounce Russian names sometimes, or is it Ukrainian? It's same family, whatever. Right now, I'll have like somebody that's like in the audience that's Russian and somebody else that's like Ukrainian, and they're like, "Oh, don't you say that we're the same? I'll kill you." Well, you know what I mean. Geo. Get all offended. There's an artist that I really love, and it's hard to study him because he does digital art, and he is a South Korean pinup artist. I think that's the only way that I can think to call him. And I'll show you guys. This is also somebody that's very inspiring to me, and I love to incorporate some of his faces. But if I can't do that, definitely the body, because I think he does awesome. So this is another artist I'm looking at for inspiration for drawing my ladies. I always forget his name, but Kyo Young or Kyo Young I think that's how it's pronounced. I like his choice of colors. I love his poses. I like the way he does faces. Just a really good artist. And like, I may have to zoom out here if this thing doesn't as big as it gets. But look at that! Look how natural that looks. You know, it's pretty cool. And he's got all these heads back there. I don't know what the deal is with that, but you know, he's channeling his inner AI. I like that. We got this angel lady smoking. Pretty cool. I like that. I don't know. Just really like his artwork. It's pretty cool. Here's a Vampirella. I think this one looks pretty cool. Let's see if I can open the image in a new tab. Okay, yeah. Let me try to share this screen, and I think this will be a lot better. I will blow some minds. I really wish, and they probably will fix this in the future, where you can have like 3 or 4 preloaded screens that you can share from not DuckDuckGo. What is this thing called? It doesn't matter. StreamYard. I mean, look at that. It's kind of hard to replicate what he's doing here with just pen and ink. I mean, there's techniques to use with cross hatching that you can get much of that stuff, but like, I just love this, and I want to capture the essence of this on pen and ink. It's just really cool. And he went a very interesting route doing the. You see this with some people, some females, where the skin can be translucent, with you got the veins in the boobs or whatever. But it's interesting where he went and made the Vampirella's outfit shiny, because I've seen a lot of people just kind of do it dull. Got some looks like bullet holes in her leg. Got some sickness going on in her legs. I don't know what the deal is with that. Very cool, very cool. And you zoom out, and it's neat, really neat. I'm envious. I have the envy. CB, are you putting in something to indicate a fantasy painting style? Oh, no. I'm going to tell you how to rip me off here. See, central negative, negative, negative. So go to. All right. So if you're not CAF Studio, okay, what I do is I click on Post-Apocalyptic Wonderland. I type in my prompt. When it says your text prompt, I type in all the different things I wanted to do. And I've learned that the AI Jack Kirby responds to certain keywords. Okay. So you can't just say Michael Jordan floating in outer space, because it's not going to give you Michael Jordan floating in outer space. What's going to give you is a little bit of space and a whole lot of nothing. And you might get a tennis shoe or something like that. It's got a Nike symbol on it that looks very weird. So what you got to do is you got to learn what the keywords is that gives you as close as a result as possible. So you might want to type in Star Wars or Star Trek, because there's going to be like gazillions of images of space with those 2 keywords, 1 or 2 of them. But you're also going to get some sci-fi stuff thrown in there too. Okay. To get Michael Jordan, it's going to be even harder. You're going to type in something with the word man. I don't know if you would mention that to get his skin pigmentation. I don't know if you would mention that or not. Maybe Michael Jordan might be good enough, but the more stuff you add to it, the more the AI will start to ignore what it is that you're typing in. So it's Nightcap Studio produces really good results, but it's not going to give you what you want exactly or even halfway. It's going to give you something interesting. And I feel like it's up to you to take that interesting thing and give it meaning or value or whatever. So anyway, you click on the post-apocalypse thing I told you to click on. You click on your text prompt. You enter in your keywords, and you need to experiment to figure out what those keywords are that get you results. Okay, certain keywords produce really cool stuff, and it gives you options like oil painting, cosmic, sinister, candy, cubist, 3D game, fantasy, Gucci, whatever, matte, charcoal, horror, surreal, steampunk, cyberpunk, synthwave, heavenly. I like to use horror. That's my favorite out of all of them, because it's kind of like this horror renaissance meets semi-modern stuff. And then when you go down to algorithm, it gives you a choice between artistic and coherent. So I choose coherent because it's better at composing the image, it claims. And then you have so many credits, free credits that you have to spend. But you get free credits by logging in every day. You get free credits by sharing on social media. You get free credits for people following you. It gives you all kinds of excuses to earn free credits. So you can sit all night into the daylight and make stuff. I know I've done it before, and it just kept giving me credits. Like I was like, apparently like the bomb.com. And I ran out of credits at one point, and just by logging in every day, I've collected like 163. So I've racked up here. LA Scene says still here. Great news. I've started the Sin Killer second chapter. Michael, Hunter of Men. I like that. It's I've not read the comic yet, but when I look at it visually, it kind of puts me in mind of. And I'm not saying that it is this, but it's very much got this Black Mass. I think that's what it's called. It's a really good TV series that I recommend people watch. It's a little depressing, but it's good. It's called Black Mass. It's horror, drama horror on Netflix called Black Mass, and it's got this Catholic priest in it and a lot of these weird things that's going on. And I don't want to say anything beyond that. It's just really cool, and it kind of puts me in mind of that, even though it's your story is totally different. It's got that cool, edgy vibes. Josh writes, I love Risk. I do too. I never will forget the last game of Risk I played. I have a friend named Josh. He cheated. He absolutely cheated because my forces were depleted and I was rebuilding my army, and I had a good strategy, like everybody else's forces were depleted, nowhere near as mine, but I was rebuilding my army. I was in a good safe spot, and I had a strategy and I was ready to execute it. And my friend Josh, he went and played some 3D chess here. He went and, he's a very smart guy. And what he did was he read the room. We were like 4 or 5 hours into this game. It was late at night. About the same time, like it's like 5:28 now. It's probably like 5:28 then. And you had people that have been drinking or whatever. They're sitting there kind of half interested now in the game. And then he purposely, this is some high level stuff. He goes, oh man, I'm sure I'm tired. Oh, guys, I think we should call it a night. He does that whole bit. Now, by yawning in front of everybody, yawning can be contagious, especially when everybody's been up late. So everybody else starts yawning too, and a few of those people are looking for an out to quit playing this game. And you see, he conveniently wanted to end the game when he had the most forces, the most continents conquered. So if anyone disputed who would have won the game, they would obviously point to him, because at that point in time, that's where things stood. So it's very, very clever. So, like, instead of winning or losing the game fairly, he went and took it to a new level. Like, still playing head to head. What he did was he basically did the equivalent of launching an EMP attack while using Ronald Reagan star lasers with the help of an alien invasion, and cheated. He cheated. And he ended the game on a high mark when the game wasn't over. I will not forget this day. He will rue the day. I do not accept him as the victor. Not you, a different Josh. You're awesome. The other one is a cheater, pumpkin eater. Wow, nice board game. Yes, really cool. Thank you. Right now it's just, a collection of images. Nothing's been put together. But the really cool thing is, like, there's companies that can make board games now. Like this will happen. This is a real thing. It's going to happen at some point. But not before the anthology. Got a lot of anthology work I got to do. Indeed. Nice. The Singular second chapter. He's been killing it lately. He's been knocking it out of the park. Yes, CB, adding a story gives more value to your AI created art. Well, I don't know. I feel like me and AI Jack Kirby were a team. Absolutely. I mean, like, the AI art wouldn't exist without me, without me telling AI Kirby to create something, and I give him a rough idea of what I want made, and then he gives me something that's out of this world. And then I have to make sense of what the hell is that he made, and then give it a story. But we're a team. We're a team. Beautiful pinup illustration, South Korean artist. Yeah, he's awesome. Love that guy. He's taking the place of Art Germ. Cool. Use Nightcap a little bit while you were explaining, but they give you hardly any credits to use. Well, I'm trying to think. Like I said, you can get free credits really easy. Let's see. Okay, so like if you're still on the thing, click on. I guess click on on the upper right corner where it's got your name or logo or whatever, your account. The very first thing, click on credits, and what you're going to do is you're going to scroll down the page, skip past the pricing and the credit packs and all that garbage. You're going to go down to that little pink thing where it says earn credits. So you get 3 credits when you share a creation on social media. You get 20 credits if you, no. This will be different, because I've been at this for a while. So it's not going to be the same for you. It's going to be easier for you to get credits than it is for me, because whatever. So what the ones it's telling me is, like, I can get 20 credits if I like 1,000 creations by other people. I get 100 credits if I can get 500 followers. I get 2 credits if I can get 10 comments. I get 30 credits if I publish 500 creations. So the more, like, you may have created some creations, but if you publish them where they're viewable to the public, you get credits. Get 50 likes on one of your creations, get credits for that. You get followers, you get credits, and you get comments, you get credits. So you just got to keep creating and stuff like that, and look at what's available. I know just one night I just didn't stop. I went into the daytime and it just kept going. It went forever. Oh, cool. Thank you for explaining the credits thing. You're welcome. But what it'd offer you would be a lot more reasonable and easier than it does me, because like the further up you get into it, it gets a little harder to get credits, but it's still easy because like every day it gives you 5 free credits to start out with. And then like if you get desperate, you run through your credits, just start sharing stuff on social media. So if you've got an Instagram and a Facebook, it gives you credits for sharing to either one of those. And a whole bunch of other stuff. So you can do that. And then like based on like how many you publish, it gives you free credits. And based on how many likes and follows you get credits. So yeah. Yeah. Huh. Well, this is interesting. I was going to share a screen, but like, oh, it should work now. I bet it worked. There we go. I want to share this stuff. Layer. Let's see. No, let's go up to here. What is this? 2 tones. Let's do another layer. Set it on multiply. And let's go to select border selection. Let's go with 2. I don't like 2. Ctrl Z. Border selection. Let's go with 4. No, I don't like it either. Let's go with 5. I want to see what happens when we go balls out. There we go. 5 might be the way to go. Kind of curious how this will look. I don't know. Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. I'm a big fan of Ctrl Z. Saves the day. Zoom in here. Are you serious? You're going to make me actually go all through this and use a brush? Oh, you'll rule the day for this. Very well. Man, this blows. There we go. There we go. There we go. There he is. He's ready to cut out. I don't know if it's necessary to even have that. Ctrl Shift A. Let's see. Let's get the good old paint bucket, and it's just hit. There we go. Get up there. I was wanting to say this before I forget. I don't know if Adam's still watching. He probably is. Probably is. Well, no, I shouldn't assume that. I'm just assuming that where he's a fellow insomniac. But if he happens to still be watching this, I have no doubt that he's awake. But, like on one of your live streams here recently, you were showing some of the portraits that you did, and I thought that they looked phenomenal. Like, it was really good. And I think you had very much your own thing, with that. Your own style, your own thing. And I would just, I like to see you do more of that and incorporate that in sequentials or in your storytelling or in your art. I like to see you do more of that because I thought that looked really cool. I think you have something there. Yeah, I was going to mention that. I think that's sort of did, but I didn't get to put it out as eloquently as I just said just then. And it's like one of these things where when I have something I want to say stuck in my head and I don't get it out, it's very torturous for me. So it ends up being like this thing that just kind of, lingers forever and ever and ever until I can make my peace, say my piece. There, I said it. I did it. All right. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'm going to hit save. I'm going to export. Wildcat Chibi sticker number outline. I'm going to call it outline. And I'll just go ahead and save it to here. And then I'm going to get rid of the outline. Wait a minute. Oops. I got a little too happy. Export. Name this no outline. Okay. So it's got that. Let's get rid of that. Here's some Batman. Nelly says, nice work, CB. Thank you. Still here. I'm an insomniac and a workaholic, so we're all insomniacs. What in the world? I have a dog making a violent noise like, ah. Thank you about the portraits. If I get enough projects completed and get to where I'm going, doing, get to where I'm doing more like Joshua Kimball. I don't think anybody can do like Joshua Kimball. That guy's a beast. Like getting a page done every day. What is it like doing lines of coke? What is he doing? he is he is something else, you know. And he's putting a lot of details in his backgrounds and things like that, which I'm not opposed to. I'm just saying, you know, like for what he does, it's like he is doing like he must be kin to Jack Kirby. That's the, you know, either Coke or Jack Kirby, one or the other, or both. Has to be. If either one of us can do like Joshua Kimball, we'd have it made. But if I get enough projects completed and get to where I'm doing more like Joshua Kimball, Fantagraphics type graphic novel stuff, I'll incorporate something like that. I hope you do, because I think that would be most excellent. You know, it looks really good. The pinups that you did, which I also like the more fun, playful art style that you have that you've been working on here lately too. And to me, like, I don't see how these two things would be in conflict with one another. You can do both. I tried to encourage Jeff Lafferty on the it's not the art casters, is it? I can't remember. I get mixed up sometimes. I get confused on the art cast. I try to convince him, you know, that he can have his cake and eat it too. He can do it all, and that's what I'm going to do. Like for, you know, the chibi art Wildcat thing that I did. Well, that's going to be in the rebooted first issue or second issue of Wildcat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have that super serious art that I do that you see all the time. But then I'm going to have the fox, the girl, the fox. She's going to be an artist, and she's going to draw some adventures of Wildcat. And so we get to see her pages close up in the world that her interpretation of Wildcat's adventures done in a playful manner. And it's going to be very hard because I normally don't draw that way, but so that's a way that I can incorporate that very, very cartoony style into the more semi-serious thing that I'm doing. And I think anybody and everybody can do that. You know, it's just all in the context of the story that you weave around to make it work. You know, it's sort of like if you watch, for example, Beavis and Butthead Do America. There's a scene where they potentially meet the real dads, though they don't know it, in the desert, and I think I don't know if they eat peyote or some type of weird plant, but they have a hallucination, you know, that lasts into the day, and in that hallucination, you're seeing like this very wild art. I can't remember the artist that draws these monsters and little cars and stuff. He was really big in the 90s at one point, maybe earlier, and he just kind of disappeared. And then Rob Zombie got really into that, which ironically, you know, White Zombie music was playing during this whole bit. But you had this very psychedelic, weird looking artwork, and that was a great way to put that in the show and have it work, you know, so you can have your cake and eat it too. You can mix things up, and it does really cool stuff. That's so, you know, that's what I'm going to do. Anytime I want to mix things up, that's exactly what I do. I just have to have a story that allows me to do that. And I feel like I got that into sequentials. I have plans for books like that, but I have a bunch of books on the list before those. I hear you. I got plans too. I got a lot of plans. That's my problem. I got a lot of plans. Not enough hands. Well, no, it's not so much not enough hands. Not enough work ethic on my part to make things happen. But I'm working on it. AI stuff might help me get to the point a lot faster now. I agree. There's a lot of cool things you can do with AI. Like how the hell did you get my arms, cat? It's this weird little manipulative psychic thing that you're doing, and you're taking advantage of me, and I don't appreciate it. You knew the little body language cues that I would pick you up and hold you if you just kind of bum rushed me. And now here I am with a cat in my arms. I don't think that's right. But yeah, like you can take, and when I say you, I mean the audience. You can use AI as inspiration. I mean, it's using your prompts. I mean, anybody can look at it any way they want to, but you can you can basically like do an outline of the poses and stuff it creates, because its poses ain't type perfect yet, some of the AIs, but it will get there. And the color schemes, and then just kind of play off of that and fine tune it. So there's things that can be done. It's really cool that AI makes possible. Big Daddy Roth, I guess. I'm not sure what his name is, but I think you're right, Ed Roth. I think that's that guy. He did this really cool art. Rob Zombie really into the guy. Some of that artwork may have made its way into the White Zombie albums. I'm not really for sure, but I do remember seeing it on like merchandise in the '90s. Different things. It's really cool. Very cool art. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start aping that. Come to think of it, so that way, whenever I do the pages where the fox is drawing the Wildcat Adventures, I can add a little bit of edge to the cartoony stuff, and interject some Ed Roth mixed in with Charlie Brown or something. I think that would work out cool. Come on, come on, come on, come on now, kiss me, baby. Nah, 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 I'm not afraid. Although about the bait. Why has it got a big thing here where I can't do nothing? That ain't right. That is very weird. So I don't understand. Opacity is 100. This is 100. Do I need a new? Do I need a new thing? What's going on here? Don't understand. I'll figure it out though, because I'm the smartest. I'm just going to delete this layer, pretend it doesn't exist. What? Uh-oh, I know what I did wrong. Ctrl Z, my favorite button on the keyboard. There we go. Oh, Ctrl Z. Sometimes when I color these things, what I like to do is I'll take my magic wand, I'll highlight an area, and I'll, use the bucket fill tool and color it. And other times I just say screw it and I just do what I'm doing right now. Trying to make time to practice every so often to work on my coloring. So I would love to, when I do the rebooted Wildcat first issue, to color the thing myself, That way I can do all the cool stuff I want to, but I'm just not, I still feel like I'm just not really good enough yet, you know? I'm not there where I want to be. I really don't like that. And I was thinking about, you know, there's like all these courses that you can take that you have to pay for. And honestly, I don't think those courses are worth it, you know, because there's so many YouTube videos on how to color and stuff, you know. And some of you be like, well, that's not true, CB, blah, 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 you know, that they're not worth it. Well, give me a chance to clarify before you cut me off. Why you being so mean to me tonight for? Why? Now, what I was going to say is that the one thing that does give them value, in my opinion, is you can talk to the person that knows how to color. You know what I mean? You can ask them questions. They can mentor you a little bit. That's the deal breaker. That's the difference maker. So that's what gives them any value whatsoever. I mean, you can get the exact same information on YouTube or whatever, but when you take these courses on Udemy or whatever it is, the value of them is having that feedback from a guy that a professional or somebody that just knows what they're doing, you know. There's Batman with a blue head. You like that? I'd buy that for $1. I need to get my reference out because I have I can't remember exactly how he's colored here. Nelly Six says the Doors. That's right. I don't know why the Doors is playing in my head, but yeah. Touch me, babe. Nanu, I am not afraid. It's one of the karaoke song videos I was saving up in preparation for next week. Probably will do that one. Awesome. Looks real good. Thank you. Thank you, kind sir. RoboCop, I'll buy that for $1. You're just nailing all my references. This is one of the most memorable things about RoboCop to me. I mean, that's an awesome movie. RoboCop 1 and 2. I even like RoboCop 3. I really do. The whole cybernetic ninja thing. It was cool. I liked it. But 1 and 2 are the bomb.com. And I will pay more than $1 for those, but not too much. The Sin Killer says, looking great. Thank you, Marv. Appreciate it. Cat, you're gonna have to get out of my arms. I can't do this. You're lucky that I can even hold you and made it this far. Not fall Batman. I just need to see something that shows me when I'm coloring. Ooh, there's a cool thing. I want to go buy that. I like that. I know you can't see this right now because I've got the awful small image. What issue is this? Was it Batman 500 or something? It would be something itty bitty. Trying to look up reference to color from because all I can remember is like his head was blue, and it's been forever. No. Boom, 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 boom. People are strange when you don't know them. Places when you're alone. Rolling on and on, where it's gone. Ain't it strange? Voices cry out of the rain. Ain't it strange? No one remembers your name. Man, come on. I just need one good image here. It's, semi colored well. Let me just use action figure. That's looking like what I'm going to have to use for reference. I guess. Let me hit visit. Where are we at? Right here. Open image in new tab. All right, this is as good as it's going to get. All right, so let's see here. I really need this thing to pull up in a... Okay, so he's got like a metallic looking neck. He's got a blue wing thing. So this right here is blue. Let's see if I can cheat and highlight this. Save myself a lot of time. The only bad thing about using the wand to do this is it doesn't get your edges well. It keeps you drawing in the lines, coloring in the lines, but you don't get the edges. I bet somebody out there's got a pro tip to fix that, but you know what? Beggars can't be choosers, and I'm fine with having that little inconvenience, All right. So let's take my... Oh, wait. Let's not mess up here. Let's not get too happy. I got my brush. Let's just go big or go home. Look at that. But you can't color that fast. Don't tell me you can, because it's a lie. I don't like lying on this show. Hit shift. When you're alone. Nope. Central Z. Z, please. All right, that's as good as that's going to get. Now let's go do the hard work. See how I was talking about? See these pixelated edges here where they're not colored where they should be. But eventually, they'll make, they keep making the software more intuitive. And when I say the software, I mean like Media Bank, Photoshop, Krita, Clip Studio Paint, or whatever. They're getting more and more intuitive all the time, where they just know what you need them to do, and they go do it. So that's pretty cool. I love how technology is always keeping up with us all the time. But also, like, in some ways, like, I wish we would ask, we would do, not to hold science back, but to consider the consequences and figure out how we can, if possible, to have our cake and eat it too. You remember the awesome actor, the guy who played in the remake of The Fly in Jurassic Park? Not in that movie, but he was in the remake of The Fly. I can't remember that actor's name. Jeff Goldblum. There we go. Thank you, CB. Jeff Goldblum. And he has this famous quote in Jurassic Park where he's talking about them making dinosaurs, and it's like, everybody was busy trying to see if they could when they should have been asking if they should. And it's a wonderful thing about technology is it's advancing all the time, and but sometimes I wonder you know who is asking the questions of, like, should we do things, what's the larger consequences of doing stuff, like we get into the question of AI and stuff like that, because at some point the AI is going to get ridiculously good. It's already terrific right now, in my opinion. But at some point, it's going to get to a level to where everybody's job is at risk. Not just a couple of people, that in niche industries, but everybody. Anybody that can pick up a brush or a pencil or ink pen, your days are numbered. Well, I don't really believe that. I mean, I think, I think it'll be like, cassette tapes or records or all this other stuff. Just because we have a change in things doesn't mean that things truly go away. Except for 8-track tapes. I don't think those are really around anymore. I mean, somebody's probably still makes them, but but I guess the point I'm trying to make is, we never think of the long-term consequences of things, and I wish we would. Not so that we don't. I don't want us to slow the spread of technology, and I don't want us to hold back technology either. But what I want us to do is have a more thoughtful approach when we introduce stuff. Like, we understand what the possible consequences is, and we try our best to make sure that we're having the best of both worlds, instead of having a bad unintended side effect. And some of you might be like, well, what's a good example of what you're talking about, CP? Well, I don't know. This isn't the best example, but off the top of my head, since you asked, be like cell phones, be like one of the top ones. And some of you might be like, CB, but like, cell phones are awesome. I can call anyone, anywhere, anytime. I can text people. I can get on my phone, and I have a computer on it. I have internet on it. I have apps where I can create things. I can also play games. I mean, this little device is a one-stop shop for all my entertainment and social needs. And I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, it's wonderful. I wouldn't have it any other way. But my problem with that wonderful machine, and I don't want to see it gone away or anything like that. I just wish that when it was introduced, and in the subsequent years afterward, that people will be like, okay, there's going to be consequences to introducing this, because basically, when you drive down the road, you're going to have this thing with you all the time. So it's not going to be like in the old days that was like the Wild West, where if you needed to use a phone or anything like that, you had to, go into a store, a gas station, or find a payphone and ask to use it. You're always going to have it with you, and then people's going to get aggravated if you don't have it with you. So now it's like a thing that you have to have, something that you didn't have to have before. Now you got to have it. And then the other thing is, like, you're going to be constantly looking down at this thing all the time, because you're going to get notification for everybody and their mother, every type of app. So you're always going to be looking down at this box, and everybody is going to be looking down at this box. then you're going to have kids, a generation of kids that are going to be so obsessed with it that because they see negative things on that box, and not to make light of their plight or anything like that, but because they're taught that it's so important, a couple of them commit suicide. More than a couple, but there's always negatives to new things that's introduced and positives. And I just wish that we would be more of a culture that would be like, hey, all right, so we're going to bring this new technology in. It's coming. So here's the possible, here's our best guess of the consequences of what this is going to bring. So we as a society need to plan accordingly. We need to, figure out and try to come up with some answers or how we're going to deal with some of these things, And so, we got new technology coming out all the time, but we don't really think of the long-term effects. We just go and do it. We're a more connected society than we've ever been, but we've never been so further apart. And the very thing that was meant to bring us together is the very thing it is making us hate each other. It's interesting, isn't it? How that works out. My mouse is upside down. G-O. Let me zoom out for a second. Oh, looking good. A little bit there, Batman. Let's see. Oh, and I just want to remind everybody that there are 2 days left to back the Wildcat Anthology on Indiegogo. And there's like all kinds of cool tiers and stuff like that. And I may add more before it's over. Who knows? And I just feel like that you're getting a lot of bang for your buck on it. I think it's going to be really cool and you're really going to enjoy it. I'm hoping by today I'll have all my lettering done on the 12 pages. So I should fly through those if I don't sleep the day away. And so then it's about finishing the whimsical ads. But I don't know how many I need until I have all the pages completed. You know what I mean? Because when I format the book, those pages are going to balance out the splash pages and stuff like that. I can't really explain it to you, but trust me, there's a weird science to it. The other thing is, waiting on another contributor for when they get done with their 8 pages. I think they're like 3 pages in, 4 pages, maybe more. I don't know. I don't know where they're at yet. But yeah. Happy times. I'm sorry I went blank there, but I encourage everybody to check out the book, get a copy of the book, because the more funds that we raise, the more stuff that I can do. Because right now I'm wanting to. I don't want to promise this, but I want to add a lot of stickers to everybody's contribution. You know what I mean? Like when you back the book, when you get a physical copy, and I have to mail something to you. I like to give you stickers to go with it. I'm not promising that, but that's my plan. Stickers and other goodies and stuff like that. And so it looks like there might be a surplus of money to do that. But I also want to make sure that I take care of all the contributors. So it's a big thing, big task. So the more funds that we have to deal with, the more cool stuff people's going to get. Let's see. Looking great. Thank you. Ice Cool Comics says hello, and hello to you too. I don't know if you're still here or not, but I like that sword logo with looks like the moon in the background, which I could be wrong. Very cool. I'm glad that you're here, Ice Cool. Ice Cool. Ice Cool Comics. Frank Miller wrote RoboCop 2 and was in the movie too. I didn't know he was in the movie. But didn't he write the first one as well? Or had something to do with the first one? I can't remember. It's been a while. That's why those movies are great. Kane, you're coming with me. If you're in Photoshop, you can expand your selection just slightly. Oh, that's cool. That's what, you probably could do that in Creative too. I just don't know how yet. When I was in Detroit, I had a privilege to work with a lot of classic rock bands like the Charlatans, the Stony, and the Jagged Edge. You're a Heap. Ooh, I've heard of them. You're a Heap. That's pretty cool. Hot Tuna, Quicksilver Messenger Service, and Gray Slick. Ooh, Gray Slick. I like that. You are a cultured individual. Jefferson Airplane, White Rabbit. Wow. I was supposed to just do some work with Jack White from White Stripes. Very nice. He just opened Third Man Records, was also doing consulting at Carhartt, which I don't know what Carhartt is, but I do know that, yeah, I do recall that he did open an actual record printing press company thing, got all kinds of indie artists that's wanting to get either onto his label or definitely get their stuff printed. When I say printed, I mean like, the records. So when hiring an illustrator in a corporate setting, I think will mostly disappear with AI. Yeah, I think so too. I think over time though, like it'll reach a point where like the art community will and the supporters of artists will rise up and be like demanding labels and stuff, like if to let people know it's made by AI, or let people know that this was made by human, or flesh and blood, uh, you know, art, artist crafted, artist made, something like that. There'd be some type of, it'd be like, when people go and they buy like some type of grocery and it says non-GMO, they have like that deal going on. It'll be like this hurdle for a while where it will hurt, but then we'll, as human beings, we'll figure out a way around this new thing, be old news. Like hiring a guy to draw some advertisements thing he doesn't want to do, but that's what his job is. As long as it comes with an off switch, we'll be safe. Yeah. Unfortunately, last 20 hours, sorry. Rocky. Hush. You need to be quiet, Roger. Nobody asked you nothing. Unfortunately, the last 20-hour stream we did, CB, with DD got corrupted or something. They won't play back. It was too powerful. That stream was channeling some Thanos energy. It was getting into the galactic stratosphere. Lost one of the best ones. Lost to the dustbin of history. But you see, that's why you got to have an Odyssey channel as a backup. I love Odyssey. Odyssey's awesome. Which, to be fair though, Odyssey only backs up so many hours of a live stream, but like all the time, they're always upping up what they can do. I love that company. They're awesome. Sin Killer writes, unfortunately, not able to share the campaign on Facebook. I'm blocked. I ain't got you blocked. I don't think so. There's no reason why I would block you. I think, do you mean like Facebook is blocking you? Because I've had Facebook block me before over stupid stuff. But congratulations. I'm very happy for you. Thank you. Seriously, Singular. Wow, what happened? Blocked you. Oh, he says it was Facebook that blocked you. Yeah, Facebook's pretty dumb. I remember once I reported somebody because they were two people because they were fake accounts. They were fake accounts. I mean, you know a fake account when you see one, right? It wasn't because of anything they posted other than Ray-Bans. But no, they were fake accounts, and I reported them in because Facebook didn't like that for some reason. They don't like tattletales, and depends on what kind of, where your beliefs fall at, tattletales. And for some reason, Facebook loves pedophiles. I don't know what the deal is with that, but if you're a tattletale, they punish you and they block you. So you're not allowed to tattletale anyone. It was over a joke I wrote. Shoot them. But we don't mean that, YouTube. We're having a dialogue here, a discussion, YouTube. You understand? Don't be like Facebook. You already kind of wacky doodle. All right, so I need to get some yellow in my life. So, well, I need to finish this first. Golly, what a purr on you, cat. I wonder if they can even hear that. You're like a little engine. I'm coloring this stuff tonight. I can't letter my pages live on air because I don't have a script. I'm doing it off the top of my head. So I have to use the part of my brain that's creative and just kind of wing it. Not wing it. Wing it's not the right word. That makes it sound like I'm being sloppy. No, this ain't slop. This is time and care that I'm putting into the Wildcat Anthology pages. No, what I mean is that my approach is kind of similar to the Marvel method. Maybe it is the Marvel method. After I have the rough concept, I'll go and draw it. Well, I do thumbnails after the rough concept, and then I draw pages based on the thumbnails. And then after that, after they're penciled and ink and stuff, I look at what I've done, and I just stare at it, and I let the words come to me. And usually I'm pretty happy with what comes out, but then sometimes I'll look at it later and I'll be like, well, this isn't flowing well. This ain't jiving well. I need to change it up. I need to add dialogue, take dialogue away, change dialogue. So a lot of that. Well, one of the biggest things I do is a lot of cosmetic stuff with the lettering, which, if you look at some of the early examples, some of the lettering I shared on Twitter, some of it was pretty gaudy looking. And what it was is I didn't know fully how to use Cruda yet. So I went back and I actually fixed a lot of that lettering and made it more aesthetically, more appealing to the eye, where it stacked more in a way that was enjoyable to look at, or not so bad. I feel like it's good now. And let me tell you something. This is just my opinion about lettering. In my opinion, good lettering you don't notice. Great lettering or super awesome lettering, kind of stands out because you see all the sound effects and stuff. That's one of the first things that you notice when it comes to lettering is the bam, wham sound effects and how they're done really cool. Um, but 9 times out of 10, when lettering is done right, in my opinion, you don't notice it. Now, why is that important? I mean, like, you should notice the sound effects, of course, because that's a work of art in and of itself and deserves praise and all that wonderful stuff. But taking not into account the sound effects, I feel like good lettering you should not notice, because lettering, when you're reading a comic, you should be reading the comic. You should not be like, oh, well, I like the way this guy draws his O's. I like the way the spacing that he has between each sentence. I like the way that he puts the word balloon around it and the thickness of the line outline. And no. If you're looking at a comic and you're thinking all that stuff, I feel like the letterers failed, unless you're like one of these people that is just so um, into that sort of thing that you're going to notice it regardless. And of course, many of us as indie comic artists, we've got our um, minds kind of in that mode. So but I feel like somebody that is a comic book reader or a casual comic book reader, um, they should just pick up a comic and read it. If it's enticing to them, and when they read it, they should not be focused on the lettering at all. Because to me, lettering is very much like a magician. It's like you don't need to know that when the magician saws the woman in half, that the legs that are sticking out are dummy legs, right? Or something like that. And that, like half of her torso is actually down in the floor and the rest of it's, whatever. You don't need to know that, because you need to be focused on the illusion, and a great magician to get you sucked into that illusion for immersive experience to cause you to suspend your disbelief and to believe into the realms of the magic of impossible, of fantasy. He has to put on a great act to get you to lose yourself in that moment. And I feel like a great letterer does that, not so much in the story. I mean, a great writer is going to help you with that story, and a good artist as well. But the letterer's job is to, tell that story in a legible form that you can, read and just keep going. You're not in awe of the lettering job, which is not to say that someone that does a great lettering job that's very unique and stuff like that you can't appreciate it even in layman's terms. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that a great letterer, you're not going to really notice that it's great for the most part. There are exceptions, and so when I go and letter my comic, that's one of the things to keep in mind. I'm hoping that I've done a great lettering job. I'm hoping that when people read the comic, that they're not like looking at something and be like, "Oh, this is terrible looking," because then it takes them out of what's written. It takes them out of the visuals, And I'm fairly confident overall that I've done a good job. But we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. All right, so I think I've got all the crappy, wacky doodle things. I usually like to make new layers for almost every different color or different thing that I color. Like I can end up with like 20 different layers when I do when I color with Krita, and it just makes it easier to make changes. So like if I'm not happy with something, I can just change the color, delete the color. There's a lot I can do, and whereas like if I just color everything on one page or something like that, it just, for me, I like to have multiple layers because it gives me options. It just makes it so much easier on me, I feel like. Let's get some yellow going on here. Let's go more with a dingy yellow. No, I think his neck is silver that I saw in one thing. So let's not do that. I guarantee I lost viewers on the lettering bit. Everybody's like, nope. I was with you on culture war and workers' rights. I was with you on the post Cthulhu world. But you start talking about this boring lettering stuff, I'm done. You hear me, CB? I'm finished. I hear you. I am sorry. I never meant for this to happen. Just as I think of things, little stream of consciousness, like the Gav dog. The whole point of me streaming tonight is that I never did have that celebration stream. Never did do that thing where I just like, hey, we're funded. We're here. We made it. And so I wanted to do that. And I just want to let people know that I'm hard at work on the anthology as well as other people. And everybody's contributions, except for one, is in. No pressure, but pressure. And that, I expect that I should be done lettering everything tomorrow, but no later than this week or weekend, next weekend. But I should be done with all that soon. But soon. All right, looking at reference. Oh, that thing around his neck. It's did I color that blue? I sure did. What is wrong with me? Dumb. All right. I can get the rest of it gold, right? I can do that. In reference to Facebook blocking people and what they allow, Sinclair writes they allow porn, and not a joke. I've tried to report an image and they didn't do anything. They told me that they would not take care of it. Penetration is allowed here. Yeah, Twitter's the same way, where, Twitter has outright porn. Pretty hardcore stuff. And then, you got a lot of these child predator things that are allowed on these platforms. And I don't understand that, why there's not a crackdown on that stuff. And, my theory is, and it gets into conspiracy stuff, but like, how else do you explain it, is that they approve of it and they're supporting that, So weird times we're living in. If this is winging it, next time I want to collaborate with Wow CB. I am the captain of winging it. I am making a career out of fooling people. That I know what I'm doing, even though I tell everybody that I don't know what I'm doing. I have no clue. I'm very much into being a magician about things. I give you the illusion that I know what I'm doing. Singular writes, lettering is my kryptonite. I hate it. Well, let me get into lettering briefly, and it may be I might add something meaningful to you that will help you change your mind. Now, I'm not lettering traditionally; I'm doing it digitally, and I want to learn to letter traditionally, and I will at some point. But right now, for the sake of expediency and for it looking professional, I'm lettering my comic digitally, and if you're not already, okay, I'm using Krita, which is free software. Krita, Krita, Krita. You can download that for free, and there is a website. Let's see. Let me look it up. I mean, you probably use all this stuff already, but I'm going to share this with you, and and maybe this might help somebody else that is trying to letter. So let me get situated here. We'll come back to the screen here in a little bit. We're going to talk about lettering for like 5 minutes or less. Don't want to bore everybody. But I will show you what I'm doing in case you might like what I'm doing. I don't know. Maybe you don't. But if you do, I'll give you my limited pointers. All right. So this is blambot.com. BLAMBOT. Blambot.com. They have the Essential Guide to Comic Book Lettering, which is now available. They got these brushes where you can create these word balloon effects, so you can get this very cool indie look or retro look. And down below, all this crap that you're seeing right here, I don't know if you see my mouse swinging back and forth, but these are all fonts that you can download and install in whatever thing that you're using. I don't know if you have Photoshop, Krita, MediaBang, GIMP, Clip Art Studio or Clip Studio, or whatever. There's a bunch of them, and over half of them are free that you can download. But I recommend Krita because I've got it figured out pretty well, and it works great for me. But they have free fonts here. Okay, they got some free fonts, and this should still be free. So I use Anime Ace. So let's click on this, and it shows you right here that it's $0. Okay. So I feel like this is a professional looking font. I think it looks good. The name of the font that I use is Anime Ace 3 BB. Don't pay attention to this license stuff unless you're really hardcore zealot about that stuff. You just click add to cart and then just follow the steps and go to checkout, and it doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to, as far as I remember, you don't have to put any credit cards in or anything like that. So don't worry about that. Okay. So go to blambot.com, pick the Anime Ace font, and you're all set, And so like 90% of the fonts that you use will be used with that. Now, there are other free fonts that can give you that classic comic lettering font, but I feel like this is one of the best free ones out there that makes it look professional. And so, they got other ones here that you can use to, and doing the sound effects and stuff like that with the fonts is something I'm still learning to do, and how to make things look staggered and cool little outline effects. So I'm still working on that. See right here, they got Spinner Rack Pro, but you have to pay $30 for that. And it's probably worth it. You know, anything to make you look more professional. So I'm going to show you now. I'm going to show you what that lettering produces, okay? So let me share my screen once again. We're going to go further with it. Let's see. Well, let me pull this up first, okay? I'm going to be showing all kinds of screens. All right. So if I did this right, you should be seeing Krita. It's krita.org/en/whatever. That stands for English, I guess. But krita.org, okay? Look up krita.org, Krita. You can see here that it is a professional, free, and open source painting program. It's made by artists that want to see affordable art tools for everyone. You can use it for concept art, texture, and matte painters. And right here, it even says one of the top 3 uses of this program is for illustration and comics. You can get Krita now for Windows, Linux, which is what I use, or Apple or Mac or whatever that thing's called, right? So this will work on your computer, this will work on your tablet or whatever. And you see a couple examples of what people have done with it. You click on features. I mean, look at that. That's beautiful. Somebody did that with Krita. It's wild. No trials, no subscriptions, no limits to your creativity. A clean and flexible interface. All the tools you need. Come with all kinds of different brushes. Vector and text. I highly recommend Krita. Now, I'm a big fan of Media Bang Paint, but they're not available on Linux yet unless they've changed that. And I may feel different about them after I've used Krita for a while. I don't know. But I recommend that for just for lettering. And I'll show you what it does or what it looks like, okay? Scratch my nose. And I feel like see, I'm talking out my butt. Once I start saying I feel like. Okay, so this thing that I'm using right now, this is Krita. This is what I'm in. This is what I'm using the color with. I don't know if you all can see my mouse moving around on the screen. I don't know if that works that way or not with StreamYard. But anyway, I'm going to pull up Chainsaw Ninja Story. And I want you to look at the lettering. So, yeah. And look at that. I think that looks professional. I hope it looks professional. You zoom out, just look at that. Oh, this is handmade lettering, the poof. I did that when I drew it. And the swam too. And let me tell you one other thing. And you can't really see it because of the way StreamYards is set up. But when you go and type your lettering in, you get a box. Well, hang on. I'll try my best. I know it won't show none of this stuff. Well, let's go over to the Batman. And over here on the right-hand side, I don't know if you see this. Can you see this arrow moving around in a circle? Maybe, maybe not. But I'm going to pretend over here on the right hand side, if you look on this screen, you're going to see 3 layers. Okay. And I'm going to click, like, see how that yellow, I click on that, yellow disappears. I click on this, the blue disappears. And then on the very last one, the line art goes away. Okay. So this is my layers dock. Down here at the plus sign, I click on it, and I'm going to create a vector layer, and I'm going to do 2 of them, 2 vector layers. One is going to be for balloons. The other one is going to be for the letters. So I'm going to type in balloons, and then up here, shoot, how did I type in layer? It's dumb. Words. Okay. Now you're not going to be able to see the rest of this because StreamYard is very lame. It's not showing you the boxes that pop up. But hopefully you see the highlighted thing. Let me see. Yeah, it's showing the highlighted thing. So right here, I got balloons highlighted. So in the very top left of this screen, you got file, edit, view, image, layer, select, filter, all that great stuff. What you do is you got balloons selected, your vector layer. It has to be vector. And you got balloons selected. You go up to layer, and you scroll all the way down to layer style. And then you go down here, and I know you probably don't see this box. Let me check. Nope, that stupid box ain't popped up, but there's a box that opens up in the middle of your screen. On my screen right now, you don't even see Batman. You see this big, huge box. You're going to scroll down to where it says stroke. You're going to click it, and then there's going to be a size bar. You're going to scroll over till it's about on 2. I think 2 looks good, and set opacity to 100. And the reason you set your opacity to 100, you want all the lines to show up thick. You know, you don't want them to be kind of faded. And I've had to go back and fix that on stuff. So I know you didn't see any of that, but if you have Krita and you're following along, it's going to be very helpful to you. So I'm going to go over here on the left-hand side, and I'm going to select a circle. And I'm going to come over here, and then I'm just going to do this. Oops, sorry. Ctrl Z. I love Ctrl Z. All right. Boom. Look at that. Did you see what I just did there? You see this? I got a word balloon now. Look here. I got another one. I can have connecting word balloons. And check this out. I'm going to use my arrow. I can move it apart. I can connect it. I can make it as big as I want it. I can even shift it. Shoot. I don't want it shifted though. There we go. Let me shift it back. I can extend it, do all this stuff. Now check this out. Okay. Let's scoot it over closer to Batman. Right. And let's say like now I want to add the pointy thing. Check this out. So on the left-hand side, there's this looks like a clothes hanger. You click on the clothes hanger. It's the polyline tool shift. Polyline tool, whatever. You click on the clothes hanger, and I pick a spot that I think looks good. So I'm going to pick right here. I'm going to click. I'm going to point it toward where his mouth would be. Click. And then I'm going to go back to the word balloon. Click. And I'm going to go back where I started. And now look. Look at that. See that? That is crazy. Look how easy that was. Absolutely no effort. And here's the cool thing. I can do as many word balloons as I want. I can change the size of them. I can just hit cut and get rid of it. I can combine them and make a monster. And look how it just all comes together. That's crazy. So that's what that does. Now check this out. Now we can go to words. Wait a minute. Let me separate the balloons. I want to show you something. This is killer. This is neat. And you can tell this does not take any effort whatsoever. Once you get the vector layer set up the way I told you, this is easy. So I go up here on the upper left and I click on the T, which is your text tool. And I just kind of do like that. I do a box thing. Now, I know you guys can't see this because StreamYards is pretty gay about this for some reason, but there is a box that just popped up. You can't see it, but it's over Batman and Bane's face. It's your Krita edit text box. I've already got it set on Anime Ace, which is the font that I've got installed. And I'm going to type in a bunch of stuff. Like I'm going to type, I am Batman. You don't even hit the cap locks on this. Lettering is so easy. No effort. Probably spelling effort wrong. Whatsoever. Anyone can do this and look good, right? And I hit save, close this box, and then right here. Now look, you see how big that looks and gaudy? The one bad thing that you have to kind of do with each thing every time you type text, the only negative that takes a little time, but I promise you do this really quickly after you learn all the bells and whistles. Check this out. So I'm going to open my box back up, the box that you can't see, and it has you know, like when you got WordPad or something like that, you got bold, italicized, underline, and then you got these three things where you can align left, center, whatever. To the right of those, and I know you can't see this, it has 100% and 0%. So that's your letter spacing. So I like to set mine on 60. Now, 60 is very tight. It's not like super tight, but it's pretty tight. I like my lettering tight. Now, 60% gets you this. Look at that. And then, you know, I just extend it out a little bit more to make it look a little smoother. So, so I think 60% is doing good. That's what I'm doing the book with. But some letterers use that. I see other letterers going with 70%, which is also a nice look. 70% gets you this much spacing. So check that out, you know. So there you go. I'm going to remove. I'm going to remove that layer. And now we're back to where we started. Let's check out a few of these comments. I would like to do a woke parody anthology one day. I've created my first and only ABCDE plus character, Far Fart. Yes, do it, but illustrate it beautifully like you do, and people will just look past that parody. I agree. I used to hate lettering, but once I loosened up and put my own style into it, now I like to do it a lot. Yes, you got pretty solid lettering. It looks really good. Like, for example, if I'm drawing a cartoony comic, I apply cartooning principles to lettering and exaggerate certain features and have a certain gesture to it all. Does it work with Procreate? It should. I mean, I've not used Procreate, but listen, all you do, have you ever installed fonts on your computer. Um, what you need to do is install your fonts first. That's the very first thing. So all you have to do is download the font and then open the font. And then I'm trying to remember. Let me look here. I'm going to click on a file right quick, and then I'll explain. I'll explain how to do it and how simple it is. And you can look up YouTube videos on how to do this. But just a quick refresher, because I got a gazillion fonts installed that make me look good. Okay, so I know you can't see this, but I've opened up a fonts that I installed. Like it's in a box or whatever. That's how the file shows up on my computer. And so at this one font called Shaka Pal Zip, open it up, and then there's 4 fonts in it: Shaka Pal Hollow, Shaka Pal Upright, and Shaka Pal Upright Hollow. So I'm going to click on this first one, not double click, and then it's going to show me what that font looks like. And then on the upper top, you click install, or wherever the install button, and that's all you do. That's all you do. You just open up the folder that your fonts are in that you downloaded, click on the font, and then click install. Just 3 steps, very simple. Anybody can do it. Which you probably already know how to do, but I'm just saying to make sure. As far as where it work with Procreate, I don't see no reason why I wouldn't. These fonts should work with all digital editing programs, probably Adobe too. I don't know, because once it's installed in your computer, any program that you open up, the fonts that you downloaded will be in that thing. Now, I don't know if Procreate or any other program will be as easy to work in creating the word balloons and putting the fonts in like that, which I'm sure that there's probably a few. But I would look into it. Just you look up YouTube, letter comics with Procreate or something like that. The main thing is to get that Anime Ace font that I showed you earlier, because it will make you look good. It really will. Also, I have been trying to physically loosen my hand when lettering. In the past, it's been something that has especially led to my hand hurting afterward. Wow, you put a lot of pressure. But it's like, you want to do it right, so you hyper focused and try and do those lines. So I can see that. Singular writes, thank you for the tip. No, you're welcome. I believe we should all help each other out. The art, you ever notice how the art community is just really weird? I feel like sometimes some of the pros just kind of hoard information. They kind of look at everybody's competition or something like that. But I don't believe in that. I truly believe that you got to be the tide that rises all ships, be the change you want to see. Some of the change I want to see is just putting more love in the world, and just trying to help people, I mean, why not? I don't want to live in a cold world. I think that sucks. It's cold enough. I'm freezing in here, and not because of the air conditioning. But you're welcome. And, anything I can do to help you or anybody else, just let me know. I'll try my best to do it within reason, It can't get in the way of me making a comic right now. I need to finish that comic. But I could probably make time for whatever. I actually had this idea where I kind of like to, anybody that wants to, well, I don't know how to phrase this because I sound like an egomaniac, but I would love to kind of put together like a group of people that wants to work on their art, and then, we just get together in a private Discord, because RJ Johnston has done this with me, has helped me a lot, and basically reinforced a lot of things that I already knew but was being too lazy about, and he's helped me. And he also introduced me to some new things that I didn't know about. And I like to kind of give back and do the same thing for other people, so like if if there's people out there that are struggling with something or want to learn something that they think that I may know, or you just want to work together to figure out, how to do something, then always approach me, get up with me, and we can do that. Just be patient with me if anybody ever takes me up on the offer, because I have to kind of like work around family time and work and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? But just throwing that idea out there. Nelly Sings, thank you for sharing, Civi. You're welcome. Absolutely. Some people will use a font like that and then copy it and hand right over top of it for a more human touch. See, I like the way you think. You can take things that machines have done, which this font was made by a human by hand, but you know what I mean? It's just like it's been made into software now to where you can just replicate it. But yeah, I like the way you think. You can take something machine made and then work over top of it to make it into something new. I mean, technically, you think about a lot of the famous painters like Frank Frazetta and all this other guy that I love who did like Sunday Morning Post type of stuff. I can't remember. He did a lot of those Coca-Cola ads. I'll think of him later, but fantastic painter. Both of those guys, they used reference. They would take photos, and they didn't paint over the photos. Well, I guess they just looked at the photos and they just painted out, and then they added a little bit story to it by adding elements to it that may or may not have been in that photograph. But yeah, used reference, and and it's sort of related to what you're talking about. Makes me think of that. That's pretty cool with the word balloons. Yeah, I know, it's so easy. I'm telling you guys, this is remarkably easy. There's a few things that they could do to make it just like 2 to 10% faster, but like if they never did anything else, this is just perfect. It's just zip 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 done. The only thing it takes so long with the lettering is if you're doing what I'm doing, you're not working from a script. It just takes a while. Now, when I did the B.W. Sims story, his contribution for the Wildcat Anthology, what I did was he had a script because he's professional. And so I would highlight, copy. I would copy his dialogue after I had the word balloon set up. I opened the text editor, paste it in the text editor with the font I wanted to use selected, and then I would just copy and paste that in the word balloon. Zip, 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 done. And now there's a little bit more to it than that, because the art form part of it is once you have the word balloon in and the text in, sometimes the text don't fit right. So you have to go back in your text editor and you have to stack it in such a way where it's pleasing to the eye. So you may want to have like 2 words in the first line, 3 words in the second, 4 words in the third, 4 words in the next line, and then go back down to 3, back down to 2, and finally 1. You see what I'm talking about? Where it makes a circular shape. And sometimes you may just want to go 2 words, 2 words, 2 words, 2 words. Sometimes you want to have 1 word at the top and then just go wide. It just depends on how you want it to look. So that does take a little bit of time, but once you get used to it, you get so good. Well, I'm being a narcissist now. I'm just saying that I feel that once you get used to it, you get so good that you can just fly through it, because you kind of develop an eye for these things. So it's so fun to do, because it makes you look professional. Sweet, very nice. Can't download. I've got an iPad Pro. I don't know. Let's see. Stupid iPad. Can you download Krita on iPad? Free is not available for iPad, but there are plenty of alternatives with similar functionality. The best iPad alternatives is Adobe Photoshop. It's not free. So if you're looking for a free alternative, you could use MediaBang Paint. Remember me telling you about MediaBang Paint? It is awesome. I love MediaBang Paint. And it's free. It's free. Free software. MediaBang Paint is free. I love free stuff. Wonder if you can jailbreak an iPad. Well, you probably don't want to do that, but just saying. Just throwing wild ideas out there. Thanks, CB. Agreed, CB. CB, do you have any thoughts on Jeff Lafferty discontinuing Berserk or not? I hope and wish he was open to have other artists continue the series. I think the same thing, exactly the same thing. Well, first of all, I sound like one of these modern people. I support his decision. But I honestly do. I support his decision. I think, if you're not enthusiastic about what you're making, it's going to show, as artists. And, you can't always be working on stuff and be enthused. I understand that. But, if it's causing you to slow down your productivity, I believe you should just chuck that in the can and just focus on what's going to get you to the next step. And I'm not saying jump on trends or anything like that. What I mean is, if you're spending X amount of time to produce something is wrong. You need to get results, and I don't mean quick or fast results, because things don't always come quick or fast. But, if you're spending, if it's like 3 or 5 years later, you need to evaluate. And that's what he did. I might be looking at it wrong. And part of the reason, the way that I took it, is that it's not that he doesn't love Berserk or not. I'm sure he loves him, but he lost, for whatever reason, he lost interest in doing that book. He was just kind of teeter-tottering on it a lot, and I think, there's a lot of pressure, because he had done that first issue, and he was starting to get some fan art from it. And he was starting to get some interest in it, and people talking about it and asking him about it. And what ends up happening is, when you throw your stuff out in the world, there is a bit of snowball effect, where you're like Indiana Jones running from that big boulder, that big rolling bowling ball, the gigantic thing, as big as a house. And that gigantic thing is all these people that are actually wishing you well, all these people that want you to succeed, all these people that are wanting to see what you're going to do next, or what you're doing with this character or that character or this comic book. But the thing is, the very thing that is motivating you forward, that is making you run towards your goal, is the very thing that will crush and kill you. Because if you're not careful, if you don't keep pace with this thing that's behind you, it ends up rolling over top of you. And I think, in my opinion, I'm not saying this is kind of the way I took it. I think he was having a little bit of the snowball effect, or the Indiana Jones effect, where all this momentum has just rolled over top of him, it's in the, he had, I'm probably stretching it too far, but, he had people definitely interested in where Berserker or Not goes next. And the interest, for whatever reason, wasn't there to put the work in to keep it going fairly regular, And I'm happy that he's decided, hey, I'm going to work on this Western comic, or it seems Western. Who knows what spin he'll put on it? It could be a pure Western for all I know. But I'm going to work on this Western comic, and I want to try a different artistic approach to it. And I think that's awesome, because, if he's passionate about it and he has interest in it, more likely he's going to get good results out of it. So what about us, Berserkernautics? What do we do? Where do we go from here? Well, I don't believe Berserkernaut is dead. I really don't. I don't think Jeff's going to abandon Berserkernaut totally. I just think his focus has changed. He's just going to do this thing for a while and just see where it takes him, you know. But Berserkernaut's always going to be there. It's always going to be his. And what I would like to see him do is the very thing that you suggested, which is like basically get a artist and a writer to take up what he started and to do something with it, you know, to take it further, the further adventures of Berserkernaut. And I think there's people out there that would be interested and would love to do that and do something with it. The only holdback on that is, you know, Jeff's like a lot of us, unless he's rich and he's just hiding it. You know, it costs money to hire people, you know, so nobody wants to do anything for free, and I understand that. So that would be the only not Achilles heel, but you know, the only thing that's going to kind of hold back that idea, I think, in my opinion. But you know, he could turn it over to somebody else to make more books. You know, maybe work out some deal with them where it's not going to be a financial strain or drain on him. You know, but I do think it's doable. You know, and it's just a question of like, would that be a headache for him to make that arrangement? I could see that being a headache for him. You know, and I think at this point it's more important to keep the art of making comics fun, so that you're actually making comics. And I think that's what he's trying to do. And I'm glad that he's doing it. But I think the Berserkernaut will come back one day. I definitely do, in some way or another. Are you thinking of Norman Rockwell? Absolutely. That's what the Coca-Cola guy / some Evening Post, Saturday Morning Post, Sunday Morning Post. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, that guy. Awesome painter. One of my favorite painters. Him and Rembrandt and Frank Frazetta. Love those guys. Unfortunately, I've got to go. I hope to have you on the show, CB. 10 a.m. Easterns on Saturdays. Let me know if you can be there. Thanks for the company, everyone. Take care. Same to you, friend. Same to you, indeed. I hope I was helpful with the the lettering stuff. Do try to download that font, and I encourage you to look up on YouTube. You know how people are using Procreate to letter comics, because I'm sure there are people that are using it to do just that. I just feel like Korea is very easy. You know what you need to do, if you're still listening, is spend. I don't know what the currency rates are in your country, but spend anywhere from $60 to $80 on a cheap Android tablet. Put Krita on that. And also, the cool thing is, if you get a cheap Android tablet, you get the best of both worlds. So you get all the apps that you can get with iPad, plus all the apps that you can get with a Android. Getting those Google apps. See? Yeah. I'm smart sometimes. I got it. You could probably even buy a used Android tablet, fairly cheap. I know it seemed like RCA made these tablets for like $60, and there were some On tablets about the same price or cheaper. Very nice. I like the On ones. See you, Sin Killer, next time. Giving us the sign of Dio. See you as well. I totally support Jeff's decision to switch projects for sure, but yeah, it would be cool if Berserkernaut could continue on as well. I really do think you should do that, I think we both agree, definitely. And the reason is it would give his show more content and give people more stuff to talk about, and it would help build his brand. I think it is his comic book brand Ironforge. I can't remember. I think so. But yeah, it's just, I just see it as nothing but pluses, and he just, if he's not too attached to the character, he could just say to the writer and the artist, "Hey, you guys, go do this, go have fun. Don't be pestering me about it. you know, because I'm working on my comic right now, you know, and just be upfront with them. Like if it becomes a hassle, you know, I got to shut it down, you know, and there can't be no hard feelings. I mean, that would be my approach to it, you know. That's how I would do it. You know, this thing says so true. Big snowball effects. Yep. Keep all projects, art, film, design, music, fashion, fun, and enjoyable always. Yeah, because it's real easy to. I mean, like in the example I gave, you know, the ball that's chasing Indiana Jones is actually a positive force. That's the crazy thing. All this love and attention and affection that people are giving you behind you is a wonderful thing. But the thing is, sometimes it gets so big. It gets so big that you start to feel pressure from it, you know, and it's almost like a flight or something response. I can't remember. Whatever. Doesn't matter. This fear overtakes you and this anxiety and all this other stuff. And so you're having to try to run faster to keep from being run over by all this positivity. You know, it's crazy. That could crush you. And why would it crush you? Some of you may say it's that you don't want to let no one down. You don't want to let no one down, you know, because people are thrusting on you their hopes for you, the hopes for your project, that they are thrusting on you their support. Some of that could be financial, some of that is verbal, some of that is their time, some of that is their them liking, sharing and commenting on your post or whatever. And some of that is all of the above, you know. And so you don't want to let these people down because they mean the world to you. And so unintentionally, these people become a giant snowball of a giant boulder chasing you like Indiana Jones. And you got to run as hard as you can or you're going to get squashed. That doesn't mean you can't pick yourself up and dust yourself off. It's just, you know, I'm just saying it can be rough sometimes. But, you know, I do feel that as creative people, you can get used to it, you know. I just feel woe to the people that experience the negative snowball effect. And what would be that? Which is basically the opposite of positive love, which is like people hating on what you're doing and wanting to stop you and you know, all this other stuff, which I don't know all the particulars of what would cause that. You know, we could go through a whole laundry list, you know, but there's a negative version. So I'm just focused on the positive version of it. Oh, why is this black? Central Z, indeed. Don't we need our little dropper. All right, guys. I woke up at 10 o'clock yesterday. It is now 7:17. I think it's time for me to lay down. I think it is time to give up this ghost. Not permanently, but temporarily. After all, sleep is just practice for when we're dead. It's a test run. A soft test run to get all depressing. I got a dog going bonkers on the porch. And I got this dog that comes and visits my dog. Does it every morning. Turd dug out my garbage. I hate that. The garbage man left the garbage. I'm still angry over it. I am angry. I'm very angry over that. It's very annoying when the garbage man just drives by and leaves 5 bags of garbage. So that means you got 5 bags of garbage you have to stick up your butt what time you got new garbage that's accumulating for next week. So now you got 10 bags of garbage, probably 10 bags of garbage. And whenever the garbage man doesn't pick up the garbage, you got the stinking crows that tear into it, and then you got the stinking dogs. Very annoying. But yeah, I got this dog that comes and visits my dog Bones, the cannibal dog. Likes to eat dead dogs. I guess when you're cool like that, you get all kinds of attention. All right, so what I need to do is file, save as, let me stretch. Nightfall Batman. It's cool like that. Yep, create a document. Indeed, you got it. Getting her colored. Let's get the big brush out. All right, cool. Cute. I like how that's a thing now. I don't know how it's going to look colored. I kind of like how the flats are coming out. Maybe I won't do anything more to it than that. Let's see. Adam says, have a good one, CB. The art is looking awesome. Thank you. So I'll show you a cool few videos before we go. But as I sign off and just say goodbye to everybody, much love, take care of one another, be the tide that rises all ships, be the change that you want to see, because that's the only way you're going to get it. You have to start with yourself. You know, don't just tell other people they need to do this and that. You got to start with you first, because that's how it starts. It always starts with you. And I believe that, you know, if you truly have righteousness on your side, mighty forces will eventually come to your aid. And if not, if it's a life or death scenario, you know, hopefully the good Lord takes you with him, you know, to a place where you won't have to worry about all that crap. And the new saying that that I acquired here lately is sic parvis magna. Greatness from small beginnings. Carpe diem, my friends. And until next time, I will see you in the next video.
There has been too much violence, too much pain, but I have an honorable compromise. Just walk away. Join me and give me all your subs. Give me all your views. Be part of the indie comics revolution, and I will spare you. Do not be part of the problem, but be part of the solution. Listen to Lord Humongous. The indie comics revolution is underway. So walk away from the big two. Just walk away and join the revolt.
Well, hello everyone, this is CB Smallwood, and I just want to say thank you for taking the time to watch this video. And if you want to support this channel, then please head on over to newempirecomics.com. Again, that is newempirecomics.com. And the most important thing that you can do right now, other than hitting like and subscribe to my YouTube channel, is do this. Click on the Join the Mailing List button so that you'll be the first to know when our comics are being crowdfunded, exclusive free goodies, news, and more. You can also click it here, which will take you to the mailing list. Sign up, just put in your name, your email, hit subscribe, and you are done. So if you want to be notified when I launch a crowdfunder, or whenever I'm giving away something for free, which I may do on occasion, this is the way to go. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video, and thank you for your support.